Hello, and welcome to this, our 191st live stream. Happy New Year! We want to wish all of our community here a most blessed holiday, and we're glad you could join us tonight. Not much in the way of housekeeping, except to say that I got less than 4 hours sleep last night, so I've been working hard on getting the novel edited and out for publication in January. So, when that's ready for, say, pre-order, we will make an announcement and do a cover reveal. So, we're all glad you could join us tonight, and just get the... where did I put the rules? Okay. My rules have, like... Yeah, basically everyone play nice. That's the rules. All right, there's my rules. All right. Okay. So we're going to get right into the questions here. Super chats have priorities. You all know that. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. We do take questions in non-super chats, but they have to start with a Q and a colon so that we know they're directed to us. No Q, no colon. We don't see it. It might as well not exist. Unless, of course, you're asking someone in the live chat. That's fine. Only post your non-super chats once. Any repeated questions will be disqualified for the night. Also, if we also ask that if it's a verse in the Bible, that you give us a little bit of context. So, give us the book, chapter, and verse. We don't want to go hunting for texts. Okay. We also ask that if you sponsor a non-super chat, which we do allow, please copy the question in your super chat. So again, we don't have to waste time hunting for it. And then finally, only one question per question. Okay. Or super chat, and this applies to both super chats and non-super chats. So no question stacking. Okay, so don't put 10 compressed questions in a single chat, because if you do, we're not going to answer. We're going to pick one, because we just don't have the time. Okay? Okay, so that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. And the first question here is going to be from Zach, too. And he asks, is Genesis 19:1, is this a form of worship? Okay, let's pull up the Bible. Genesis 19:1 reads, now the two angels came to Sodom in the evening as Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. Okay. In this particular case, it's not clear if this is worship or not. It might have been. It might not have been. We don't know. The context isn't clear enough. Now, there are forms of bowing which are, say, reverence or obeisance. Okay? These are signs of respect. Kind of like when, you're doing a martial art and you bow to your partner. You're not worshiping your partner. You're just showing a sign of respect. It is possible that this is just showing a sign of respect. But there's also a kind of worship form of bowing as well, where people would basically go completely prone on the ground, face down, and flip on their backs, face up, flip on the stomach again, and do this sort of repetitive kind of bowing, okay? Now, the fact that it's a face to the ground, it does sort of suggest that this is more worship than it is respect. Okay, so it is more likely in this case that this is a form of worship instead of just a sign of respect. But we can't rule out the other possibility either. Okay, because again, the context here is not exactly clear. But it wouldn't surprise me if Lot was worshiping the angels. Okay? So, and if that's the case, then the question is, well, why doesn't the angels correct him? And that might just be because there's sort of bigger fish to fry here. Like getting Lot out of town before like God destroys Sodom. So um so there is there is a general prohibition in the Bible against worshiping angels. But that doesn't mean it was always corrected. Okay? So we got to keep that in mind too. There's times when people do things that they're not supposed to do and are not immediately corrected. This may be just one of those cases where he is worshiping an angel and he's not being immediately corrected for it. So there's a couple possibilities that could be going on here. He could be worshiping him. It could be a sign of respect. And if it's a case of worshiping, it may just be that it's not being corrected here. Not that it isn't a bad thing, not that it isn't prohibited. It's maybe to him has not been prohibited yet, or he isn't. We have to remember he is living in that age, the age of the patriarchs, where patriarchs also had idols, and often were more henotheistic than monotheistic. So we have to kind of allow for the context here as well. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. The next non-super chat here is from Mobius. And he says, which of your videos puts Moab on Pharaoh's topographical lists? Some papers say these lists are just towns in Syria. Mumford's Amman airport dig shows artifacts from Tutmosis III to Ramses II. Okay. Most of the topographical lists we're going to get from Moab are going to be from Ramses II. And I don't really buy the it's a town in Syria argument. I know that that's been sort of the reconstruction a lot of archaeologists have done because they haven't found a lot of late Bronze II remains in Moab. They have found some, but not enough that a lot of archaeologists are really comfortable ascribing a kingdom of Moab. However, there is one particular and Moab appears in 4 topographical lists. Okay, so it's not just one; it's in 4. But probably the most interesting one is what's called it's one of the statue bases. So there'd be a big colossus of Ramses II, and then on the base would be a topographical list of some kind. Now, the one in particular can be found in Kitchen's Ramesside Inscriptions. I believe it's volume 2, section 185. Okay? And this was really interesting. Because the inscription reads, the Euphrates, the outer ocean, and the great green sea. Excuse me. Yikes. Sneezy. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. All right, so the inscription reads, and the first part of the superscription is lost, but it goes, by the Euphrates, the outer ocean, and the great green sea. That's the Mediterranean. The great green's the Mediterranean. Okay, so that's sort of the confines of this. The Euphrates, the outer ocean, and the great green sea. And the districts which are in them as far as the cataract. Every foreign country, so this is not towns, this is countries, being assembled in one place under the feet of the good God, which is the king. Okay? And here's the list. How Nebu, okay. Shet, southern Egypt, Tashema, then 4 to 7 are lost. the tribesfolk of Nubia, Cheku, this is Syria, Hatti, that's the Hittites, Naharaina, that's Mitanni, 12 is lost, number 13 is Assyria, and number 14 is Moab. Okay, so this is not a list of towns. Far from it. This is not towns at all. This is a list of regions and countries. Okay? So, I'm not buying the argument that these are just that Moab is just a town in Syria. I'm not buying it for a moment. I know some people like Maggie Bryson have made this argument, but if you look at the data, it doesn't hold water. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. We have been thinking about doing an entire video on, say, the toponymic evidence for Moab in the Late Bronze Age. So we're still thinking about doing that. And if we do that, we'll probably do all the inscriptions at that point, just to sort of bring them out so you can see the data yourself. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Question number 3 is from Vish, and he asks, are Amorites, Hittites, Mitanni, Hurrian, etc. Indo-European? Okay, most of those groups are not Indo-European. Only one of them is, and that's the Hittites. The Hittites are the only Indo-European group in that selection. The Mitanni are Hurrians. Okay, so that's one and the same here. Basically, Hurrians are a nomadic people group, Semitic nomadic people group, and they form the Naharaim or the Mitanni Empire. Okay, the Amorites are Semites. They're Semitic Asiatics. So they're not Indo-European either. That leaves only the Hatti, the Hittites. And the Hittites are Indo-Europeans, and they're from the region of Anatolia. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. I really appreciate it. All right, now we can go on to the super chats. And our first super chat of the night here is from Daniel for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was St. Nicholas actually at the Council of Nicaea? Great question. The answer is we're not exactly sure. Church tradition says he was. Legend says he punched out Arius. I'd love to believe that was true. I'd like to see more Santas, punching out heretics. The mall Santa punching out the mall heretic. I think that'd be great. My producer is protesting intensely. But we were not sure if he was actually there. Again, church tradition holds that he was, but there also wasn't a roll call of who was there. So we're not exactly sure. He's believed to have been there, but again, can't say for 100% certain. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Danny for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. How did the wandering Israelites have so many animals on hand to sacrifice? They're shepherds. Yep. Shepherds have wandering animals with them. Okay? Now, we have to understand that when they were living at Avaris, the Israelites were responsible for feeding themselves. Okay? They weren't chattel slaves. They were something different. They were what would be called more like state-owned slaves. They're given a quota, and then they have to fill the quota. And then anything above the quota they get to keep and use for their own needs. Now, this doesn't mean that the government couldn't set an unreasonable quota, but it did mean that other family members in the household of a state-owned slave would be responsible for collecting food, preparing meals, raising livestock, and most households at Avaris probably had at least a small flock of either sheep or goats. So there's in all likelihood they would have had at least breeding stock. Okay. Now there was also professional shepherds that had larger flocks that were Asiatic Semites, but not state-owned slaves. And they would have been tending flocks in the Wadi Tumilat and in the Goshen area. Okay? So that's why they would have had those kind of animals on hand. All right? It's because they were occupationally and culturally shepherds. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Daniel for $5. Thank you again for the super chat. Do you know why the BBRS slowed down their book releases? Okay, let's explain what the BBRS is. It's the Bulletin for Biblical Research Supplement. And I happen to have one particular volume of it right here. So, the way the BBRS works is it gets its material on a irregular basis. Okay? So, in this particular case, they either get a monograph or they get an anthology, and then it has to go through the peer review process, and it's a high scholarly series. But this is one of the things about a series like this is either if the amount of submissions goes down, they don't publish. There's nothing forcing them to publish on a regular basis. So if they're not getting the submissions, they won't publish. If for some reason they don't have funding, like for example, this series is published by Eisenbrauns, which is now owned by another press. If that press doesn't give the funding to publish it, then publication can slow down too. So there can be various reasons why a series might slow down its releases. So, but probably the most likely thing is they probably have had less submissions that either meet the criteria or are consistent with the series itself. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's just one of the idiosyncrasies of academic publishing. Okay, 18 Mysteries for $1.99. What's it mean contradictions are bad ma'at? Well, ma'at is an Egyptian word that means order, balance, okay? So the idea that you have a contradiction means something's out of balance. You got A and not A. They can't both be true at the same time. So a contradiction, by almost definition, has to be bad ma'at. It's not good order. A good order would be A or A and B, not A and not A. So that's what I think is meant by that term. I haven't seen that term actually that phrase used anywhere, but you know, I can imagine why it would be used that way. Sorry? Sorry, what? Yeah, yeah, AT Ministries. If you're watching this, uh, I don't know where you got that phrase from, but love to find out. Okay. Next question here is also from AT Ministries. For 199. Why would the Israelites think Yahweh died with Moses? Great question. Because gods in Egypt were mortal. Okay, they're not immortal. We kind of think of gods today as being immortal beings, spirit critters that are immortal. They didn't think that back in the late Bronze Age. In the Bronze Age, it was believed, at least in Egypt, that gods could get old, they could get sick, they could get infirmed, and they could die. Or they could be murdered. Osiris was murdered. He was dead. He was a god, but he was a dead god. So, there was this conception in ancient Egypt that a god that sort of goes AWOL might not be alive anymore. So, that's probably what happened here, was that the Israelites thought that, they hadn't heard from Moses, Moses being the mouthpiece of Yahweh. So, Moses is dead, Yahweh must be dead too. So that's where they got the idea from, was from Egyptian religion, where gods could die. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do we understand that no one can see God when the Father is seen in the Old Testament? Daniel 7. Okay. The key here, let's just pull up Daniel 7 and let's see what he means by that. You should have actually also included the verse, so you didn't have to hunt. But because I don't think Daniel directly sees the Father in Daniel 7. Because Daniel's kind of unique. He never goes into the throne room of God. He is visited. Okay, I see. And the Ancient of Days took a seat. So okay, so that's what's probably meant here, is that it's the Ancient of Days being God. Okay, and one hand like the Son of Man, he came up to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. Okay, so this is a vision. This is a vision. All right, now one of the things about a vision is it sometimes doesn't show the direct image of, say, either God or the Son of Man directly. Okay, so we got to be kind of a little wary of a vision. Okay, but the whole phrase, "No one can see God and live," is not quite what it seems on the surface. It's not that people can't see God and live, because there's prophets that do. Okay, it's that they experience a kind of death or separation in doing so. Okay, here's one of the things about seeing God or experiencing God directly, is it triggers in us what's some theologians call the trauma of holiness. Now, the trauma of holiness is when you have an encounter with extreme holiness, and this causes psychological issues because of our sin nature. So our sin nature rejects holiness. That's what being sinful human beings are. They reject holiness. Okay? So there is that understanding with these texts, that if you encounter holiness, there is going to be some kind of separation. Okay? Whether that's a mental breakdown, whether that's rejecting God, whether that's I've heard stories of people who've said they've encountered the divine and then still rejected God, which seems kind of really crazy, but it happens. It happens, more than we would like to think, which is why God doesn't call you up on the telephone and he doesn't appear in person. There has to be a buffer. Probably a bit. Okay, where's that question? Third from the bottom. Okay, mysterious fungus. Okay, I see it. Yeah, keep your timestamps up so I can find that better. Mysterious fungus says, so there has to be a kind of sacrifice to experience God. Not necessarily, but there has to be some sort of buffer. And like for example, I think it's Ezekiel, where he has to be purged of his sin with a coal from the iron, from the holy brazier that's touched to his lips, to purge him of sin. So there has to be some sort of buffer between sin nature and God for people to, it's Isaiah, okay, that's fine, to be in the presence of God. So sacrifice is not necessarily the, it might, sometimes there might be a sacrifice, but there has to be some sort of mediation, to what anthropologists would say is to broach liminality, okay, to sort of pierce through that sacred, profane from the profane to the sacred. Jack Ray asks, would the Holy Spirit now buffer? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely would now buffer. That doesn't mean you won't experience trauma of holiness, because trauma of holiness is still a part of, the essential nature of human beings, at least as mortal beings. In a resurrected body, we'll no longer have that sin nature, and then we can experience God directly. But in our mortal sinful form, we would still experience the trauma of holiness. Okay? But the Holy Spirit could also buffer that so that the consequences of that are as not so bad. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. I really appreciate it. But that's what's going on here. The whole idea is that if they encounter God directly, there'll be some sort of death or separation that results. Maybe not the death of the body, because there's a whole lot of other kinds of death that go on in the Bible. Yeah. Jonathan Walker says, God's holiness tries to blot out our sinfulness like light outshines the dark. Yeah. Yeah. But, again, we are sinful creatures. So, unless there's some sort of mediation between God and man, it's a very problematic thing to experience God directly. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat, and I hope that managed to explain some things here. Okay. AT Ministries here for $4.99, and he is going to be joining us on a trip to Egypt here. That's coming up in March. You can still sign up for that, by the way, if you want. The link is in the description. I believe there will be a late fee, but if you still want to go, you can still go. And he asks, in Egypt, one night, can everyone on the tour get together and watch Prince of Egypt or Patterns of Evidence and have your uncensored popcorn review live? Oh, dude, you are going to be so exhausted every night. Wow. If you've ever been on one of these tours, it's a lot of travel. you're going from site to site in rapid succession. By the time you get done dinner, you are really, really tired. We will, here's a couple things we will be doing. We will definitely be going to the souks, okay? Because the souks are really worth doing. A souk is a open air market, okay? And they open around 6 to 7 p.m., okay? So it'd be after dinner. After dinner, we would probably go out to the souks and, give you the rundown and the tour of the souks. And again, it's a cacophony of sounds and smells and lights. It's phenomenal. Got some great pictures of the one in Aswan the last time I was there, and just, oh my gosh, it was amazing, absolutely amazing. Now, another thing we're probably going to end up doing is the tour of the a nighttime the Luxor Museum. Okay, now the Luxor Museum is one of the few museums that's open in the evenings. Okay? So it's open, I believe, up to 9 p.m. at night. So we'll probably be doing the Luxor Museum as well. So John Fabeck here says, I did a tour before. I was in bed at 8 p.m. every night. Oh yeah. Oh, I can believe it. It's early mornings and it's early nights because the tours are just such in rapid succession. They're cramming as much experience in as they can. It's giving you your money's worth, but you will be exhausted. You will be absolutely exhausted. Hmm?
More wanted being there.
No, being there as I did the popcorn. Darkblade says, at the markets, remember to negotiate currencies. Oh, yeah. Always negotiate currencies. You don't want to pay 100 British pounds for something worth 100 Egyptian pounds. Oh, yeah. And they'll try to sneak that in. You always ask the currency, and you always specify the currency. And you always haggle. The only thing you don't ever haggle is restaurants. You never haggle at restaurants. That's kind of one place where you don't haggle. But everywhere else is pretty much a haggle. Tickets are also not haggle. You can't haggle those either. But yeah. Hey stream, will you live stream while in Egypt? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I do have a new camera that is capable of getting some very good video out there. So, yeah, that's what I kind of spent my Christmas money on this year was a new Nikon, so I could do some proper video of Egypt. So I am planning on getting some video of Egypt, and we might be doing some live streaming, but hard to say. A lot of it will depend upon the internet situation there. While cell phones are a thing there, and I could probably do some live streaming directly from the cell phone, it would be kind of crude. What we might end up doing is doing, say, a short stream from Egypt and using the cell phone service. And then basically, when we come back, show you the nicer videos, okay? So we haven't really figured out how to do the live streaming yet for Egypt, but we're going to have something planned for it. Okay. Dossman, just sold an icon at work. Some of them are pricey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this was not cheap. I just got myself a Nikon Z8. Okay? And yeah, it was not cheap. really not cheap. I got it on sale though, so I didn't pay full price for it. But yeah. Dossman says sold it used for 1,200 USD. That doesn't surprise me. Nikons hold their value very well. The last time I went to Egypt, I had a D7200, and it did some. I mean, it did fabulous photos. I mean, most of the photos in my Ark of the Covenant book were done using the D7200. So it's a great camera. It was a decent camera. But it can't do video very well. The D7200 just doesn't do video well. The color balance isn't right. It didn't perform all that great in low light. So I was at the point where it kind of needed an upgrade. So got the Z8, and I have to admit, the Z8 is well surpassing all my expectations. It works really well in low light, amazingly well in low light. I love the electronic viewfinder. Love that. I remember when I did a photographic shoot at the Royal BC Museum during the Queens of Egypt exhibit. And there was this one room where they had the stuff in nearly pitch black. Okay? And at the time I had a Nikon D80, so it was a terrible camera. But I just remember, I'm in this room where it's pitch black. I'm trying to look through the viewfinder to get focus. You can't see anything through the viewfinder because it's so dark. It was terrible. It was terrible. I mean, the whole idea of putting those artifacts, those statues in pitch black was kind of a weird thing anyway, because these have been artifacts that have been roasting in the sun for 3,000 years, but now we're going to try to preserve them by putting them in pitch black, where you could barely see. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, that didn't go so well. So I really like the electronic viewfinder, where I can be in almost pitch dark and I can still see the focus. So yeah. Uh yeah, so I'm really liking this new camera. I'm really liking it. So we're gonna be taking lots of pictures and videos. We needed something with a higher resolution anyway, so it was by far time I did upgrade. So a lot of these pictures will be going into the next book too, so as well. So at least the next nonfiction book. Okay, so hope that helps. Yeah, we're not gonna have. Essentially, you're not gonna be in any mood to watch a movie when we're there. Okay, just saying. Yeah, exactly. We'd all fall asleep in front of the screen. Okay. Dossman says, "Oh my, that sounds nice. My Rebel T2 doesn't have that. This is the first camera I have with an electronic viewfinder. I'm amazed. I couldn't believe that you could see in the pitch black with it. That was just amazing. But if you're doing a lot of photos in museums, the museums are the hardest places to get photographs because the light's terrible. You can't use a flash. Flashes are not allowed. And it's just a really difficult place to get that stuff done. So, okay. So a good camera does go a long ways. Now, I will say, if you bring a camera to Egypt, do note that to take photographs. You're allowed to take photographs for free in museums and in tombs with your cell phone. Okay, that's free. If you want to take photographs with a camera, you're charged an additional PETA fee with that you have to get a photographic ticket, okay, and you have to show that ticket on request, okay. Otherwise, you can get escorted off the site. But the fee is for the photographic ticket is usually not that expensive, and it is one of those things where it's not covered by the tour. So if you were on the tour, you'd have to pay extra to get that photographic ticket. Okay? Mysterious fungus. Why? Is it because camera photos are profitable? Um, it's something they've had for a very long time. Okay? Um, so it depends. It depends. But this is a restriction they've had a long time. I mean, going back to the 1950s and 60s. So they've only just, I mean, they used to charge it too for cell phones. But the fact is they couldn't control people, taking photographs with a cell phone, so they just sort of dispensed with the whole fee for cell phones. They could easily see you have a camera. So it's their way of sort of milking it for extra. So yeah, they've had restrictions on photographs in these tombs for a long time. And there's actually a couple places you're not allowed to take a photo at all. Like in the tomb of King Tut, you're not allowed to take photos. They don't want you taking photos at all in the tomb of King Tut. You also can't take a photo in the tomb of Seti I. These are considered to be premium places that you need special permission to get a photo. You also can't take a photo of the golden mask of King Tut, and you also can't take photos in the royal mummy room. Okay, which is really too bad because I really wanted a photo of Ramses II. Okay, so there are some things they just don't allow you to take photographs of. So you got to be aware of that. Now, if they catch you taking a photo, they'll bounce you out of the room. In the case of the mummy rooms, they won't even allow you to take a cell phone photo. So they're really strict about the mummy room. They're really strict about the mummy room. They're really strict about the Mask of King Tut. And they're really strict about Seti the First's tomb and the tomb of King Tut. But anywhere else in Kings Valley, you can probably take photos. So, Harry Stark, couldn't you just hide the camera in the bag? It's difficult to do. Really, really difficult to do. Yeah, body cam, you could probably get away with it, but try to get a good photograph of that is probably hard. They might be now aware of GoPros. Hat cam. Yeah, the problem is getting a good photograph. And I think this is kind of awful because you can take it doesn't damage the artifacts to take a proper good photograph, and you don't even have to get in the way to do it. So I kind of think it's one of those things that is kind of anachronistic. It's some ways it's trying to control who has images of the best items. It's that sort of thing. They claim, in the case of the royal mummy tomb, they claim it's just a sign of respect to not take photos of the mummies. But there's been so many pictures of these mummies over the years that I don't even see that as being a valid concern. So yeah. BC. Dang, I wish I could go. When will the next tour be? We're not sure yet. There might be a 2026 tour. We have talked about it, and a lot of it will depend on the success of this one. So if this tour is successful, there'll be another one next year. Okay? If not, there might be one in 2027. We don't know. Okay? So right now, a lot of it's going to depend on the continuing political situation in the region. We didn't have a large enrollment because of the political situation happening in Israel, between Israel, Iran, and Lebanon, and Syria now. So, while this wasn't a problem for, say, security in Egypt. I mean, Egypt is just as safe as it's ever been, but a lot of it was getting people to enroll in this particular year for that. So it might the whole situation might change next year, depending on how stable the Mideast is at that point. So there might be, as I say, there might be a tour in 2026. There might be one in 2027. We'll see. Okay. The next one here is from 18 Ministries for $4.99. You mentioned the Prince of Egypt has inaccuracies. Are you telling me the Exodus didn't occur with numerous musical numbers? What about Exodus 15? Well, Exodus 15 was after the Exodus, okay? When they're entering, when they've already entered the Promised Land. So, the Song of the Sea takes place after the wandering in the wilderness. Okay? So, the Exodus itself probably did not have a lot of singing and dancing. So, yeah, I don't think that would be all that accurate. Just saying. Okay, so thank you for that super chat. We really appreciate it. 18 Ministers for $1.99. Were Midianites polytheists? We don't know. We don't know if they were polytheists. They may have been. We may not have been. We don't know because we don't actually have anything recorded of their religion. So it's really hard to say. The earliest texts we have for tribes in Midian is about the 11th century BC. That's the very earliest we have. So it's real, and those are basically monumental inscriptions, small monumental inscriptions. So we don't actually have a lot of information about the Midianite religion, at least not in the late Bronze Age. Okay, so it's really hard to say. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why did God have Moses take off his sandals? Well, the text says, take off your sandals because you are on holy ground. Now, in this particular case, there's a couple of things that could be going on here. Okay? Like, first of all, it could be seen that, sandals were inherently unclean because they were always in contact with the ground. Okay? So there could be that going on. It could also be that this is an animal material thing. Like, for example, Egyptians would change their leather sandals for papyrus sandals after undergoing ritual purity. So, in the case of, say, Egyptians' religion, animal products were seen as inherently impure for temple practice. So, in the case of, say, a priest going into an Egyptian temple, he would ritually bathe, and then he would set aside his old linens and his sandals and replace them with papyrus sandals and clean linens, neither of which contained any animal products. So they weren't allowed to wear leather into the temples. Okay. So there might be that aspect going on here too, where Moses is expected to take off the animal product on his foot before entering in. Now, he's probably wearing wool too, but no animal had to die for wool. So that might be an exception here. He might be allowed to keep his wool garments to go into Israelite space, sacred space, because no death is done through the harvesting of wool. Okay, at least not if you're a good sheep shearer. Okay. Okay. So, on the other hand, sandals would have involved the death of an animal, and therefore would have been ritually impure, at least for the purposes of entering sacred space. It wouldn't have probably caused ritual impurity in the person, like, for example, touching a corpse would. There does seem to be a difference between, say, touching a corpse and becoming ritually impure versus using an animal product to create clothing, which is not ritually impure. There is not, as I say, communicable ritual impurity. There does seem to be two types of ritual impurity. There's, say, ritual impurity of the item that's non-communicable. And I think that's the case of leather. Okay? Leather or parchment or something like that. You know, it's made of an animal product. It's ritually impure in temple practice, but it's not, say, communicable ritual impurity. Whereas, say, touching a corpse is communicable ritual impurity. You touch that corpse, you yourself now become ritually impure. So not only is that corpse impure now, you're also. So there's two kinds of ritual impurity going on. And I think in the case of sandals, the item itself is ritually impure, but it isn't communicable ritual impurity. Diane Loftus asks, what is parchment made of? It's made of sheepskin. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, my producer said this is why parchment's so expensive, is because you only get 4 sheets of parchment per sheep. Okay? So, if you wanted to make a book, that's a lot of sheep. Okay. So that's the reason why I think Moses is required to take off his sandals. Is I think it's one of those items that's inherently ritually impure, but not communicably ritually impure. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The next one here from 18 Ministries for 199. How were Pharaoh's sorcerers able to do magic? We're not sure. Okay. That's in some ways there probably was some sleight of hand. Yeah, there was probably some stage magic involved. But we also know that they also performed ritual magic too. So they did both kinds. So they did do sleight of hand. They did do as I said, ritual magic. So which kind of magic is being used in the court of Pharaoh at that point? Really hard to say. It's really hard to say. We can't be sure. Okay? So, because, we do have texts for magic spells. Textbooks that tell you how to do magical spells. We do have those. They do exist. So, they did believe that they could perform magic spells, and it might have been effective in some way. Sometimes it might have been applied pharmacology. Sometimes it's just, as I say, sleight of hand. It's hard to say really what's going on. We can't get our eyeballs on this, so it's really difficult to say for sure. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. 18 Mysteries for $4.99. Did the Egyptians really do their eyeliner like they do in the movies? A question my wife wanted me to ask you. By the way, we completed our Egypt payments. Awesome. Thank you. Yes. Yes, they did. They did use eyeliner like that. And both men and women did. Okay? And one of the reasons they did eyeliner like that was it was a kind of eye protection. It reduced sun glare. Same reason why you see football players put that black smudge under their eyes. If you're looking in a bright light, you'll sometimes get a glare off your skin back into your eye.
I know people do that.
Yeah, but that's why football players wear that. You'll see them wearing makeup under their eye. That's to prevent sun glare. No, not just to make them look cool. And the Egyptians did the same thing. They used galena and what was it? They also used crushed amalgite to make eyeliner. In fact, there's a whole bunch of artifacts called cosmetic palettes. They're basically slate carved palettes that are used to crush cosmetics just for this purpose. So yeah, they really did use eyeliner. Men and women used it. Typically more in the upper classes than the lower classes, like everything else. But it was used. It served a practical purpose too. Mysterious fungus. Are you sure it wasn't because they were heavy metal fans? Hey, solid gold, man. Solid gold. They were all into the solid gold. Okay.
Which gets back. Wouldn't be Prince of Egypt. It would be radically.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Prince of Egypt. No. Okay. Next super chat here from 18 Mysteries. Metallica. They missed Metallica. It's the heavier metal. For $1.99, thank you for the super chat. Book 2 when? Okay. June or July? June or July. The first book will be going on sale in January. It will be released in April. And the second book, the second novel, will be coming out in either June or July, depending on what I have going on, my editing schedule, and all that. Okay. So that's when book 2 is coming out, June or July. The beta readers will probably get it in, I'm suspecting, in May. Okay, but AT here is one of the few people that's read it, so he wants. Must reads. Cultural engagement. That's what it is. It's cultural engagement. It is, what we're doing here is trying to establish a worldview through fiction. Okay? Now, Mama's the other, was another person who's read this. I may die of anticipation. Hey, Mama, your comments were fantastic. I was really floored how good those comments were. You caught every nuance. It was amazed me. Like, wow, she even caught that one. Every subtext, every little subtext she caught. Amazing. It was absolutely amazing. Okay. AT was also a beta reader. He caught some plot stuff, so we're really grateful for that too. So, uh, she goes, "Words are my wheelhouse." They most certainly are. Okay. But yeah, book two will be probably coming out in June or July. We haven't decided yet. We're gonna get the first one out and see how it does. And the book two will happen. I'm already working on book three, and we've got a plan already in place for book four. So it's sort of compounding on itself. Hmm. So we got as I say, we got a roadmap here for these books. So we're really excited about this. We'll do a cover reveal very soon. If you're a Patreon member, you already have seen the cover. If you're not, well, it'll be out soon for the rest of the public to see. Okay? And we'll do the cover reveal when it goes in pre-order. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Mama says the first one was fantastic. Well, thank you. Thank you. And we also want to thank AT as well for being a beta reader as well. So you two are very helpful. All the beta readers were very helpful. Okay. Daniel for $10 here. He says, with the Sumerian kings list in mind, how does clan interpretations of Genesis make sense of the large numbers pre-flood, followed by gradual descent into normal lifespans post-flood? Well, what you had is the transition from agrarian to urban societies. And this is where sort of you start seeing the decline of clan um, lifespans as such. Okay, the you got longer thriving clans, the less urbanization you have. Cities tend to break down clan structures. Clans become redundant or superfluous when you people start collecting into cities. Okay, so the closer you get to establish the more cities that establish, the less clans there are. Likewise, the less cities there are, the more clans there are, because people tend to organize themselves in rural villages and farming communities. So this is why, say, clans continue to thrive in places like rural Scotland, but not so much in Glasgow. Okay, and it's the same with Sumer. Okay, when they're agri- doing agricultural communities, they're going to have clans. In when they start doing cities like clan structure starts breaking down. Yeah, Jonathan Walker here says cities can break nuclear families as well if you think about it. Yeah, absolutely can. So it's absolutely true. Brandon the Casual Gamer says, I enjoyed the Ark of the Covenant. Beautiful illustrations. Well, thank you. Thank you. Oops. Angela Galang says, I'm curious, do you think the Exodus really happened? Yes. Yes, I do. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. What kind of evidence do we have supporting it? Thanks so much for sharing your insights. I would direct you to two video lists. I mean, a lot of our content on this channel is about the Exodus. A lot of it. And there's a lot of evidence out there. I would suggest you look at our, I think it's 14-part series now on evidence for the Exodus. I'd also direct you to the videos that were done by myself and Inspiring Philosophy and they were hosted on his channel, called Exodus Rediscovered. And it's like a 3-part series, and plus there's some extra videos as well to it. So we've done a lot of work on this, and I would direct you to those videos. And, you know, just to put it out there, we do on this channel believe in a historical Exodus. So hope that helped. Dossman for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What are some good ways to stop misinformation like Wyatt and Downs and others in the church? I've noticed it pick up again. Also, Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you too. Okay. This one is difficult. Okay. Here's the thing. Once somebody already believes in misinformation, like Wyatt or David Down, it's very difficult to convince them otherwise. Okay, this is one area where prevention is better than a cure. Studies have shown that if the right information, whatever the first information a person hears, tends to be what resonates with the most. Okay? So, if they get the good information first, that resonates more than the misinformation. So, I think one of the problems we have is we're not spreading the good information widely enough. Guys like, you know, Ron Wyatt, David Down, they just spread their information all over the place. This is why it's so difficult to fight. It's because there's people spreading it all over the place. Okay? That's why it's picking up. It's a recognition bias. That's what the spread of misinformation essentially is. It's a recognition bias. You saw it first, you recognize it, therefore you believe it. Because you haven't heard the other side. So that's how the cognitive process of accepting misinformation occurs. Now, they've done a ton of studies saying, you know, trying to answer the question, how do we combat misinformation? The best way, as I said, is to get the good information out there wider first. This is why we say to people at the end of every live stream, you know, spread our videos, spread the URLs of our videos to other social media platforms. Because people haven't heard this stuff. Because for every one video we do, there's like 10 or 12 or even more videos by, you know, repackaging the stuff of Ron Wyatt. So that's the most important thing. Get the message spread out. The more it spreads, the more it's repeated, the more the good information is repeated, the less the bad information has a chance. Okay? Now, what do we do about people who've already picked it up? There's a couple things that are very ineffective. Appealing to emotion. Yeah, studies have shown that appealing to emotion is very ineffective. Going toe-to-toe with facts. Very ineffective. Because people will just reject the facts. You know, and I've heard guys like, you know, Scott Stripling go, well, you got your facts, I got my facts. What? Huh? Yeah, that's not what a fact is. But, you know, that's what's going to happen if you try to go toe-to-toe with facts. What is more effective is teaching sound reasoning. Once you teach sound reasoning, sometimes people will figure this out for themselves. So this is one of the reasons why we focus so much here on, you know, like in the popcorn reviews, we are very, very focused on sound reason and logic. Because you might not be able to convince somebody of the facts, but if you give somebody the tools to reason, they can sometimes come to the conclusion themselves. And in the end, you want that anyway, because then you haven't just given the guy a fish, you've taught him how to fish. So that's proven to be more effective than sort of battling the facts, going toe-to-toe on the facts, or even, say, appealing to emotion. Both of those are actually, appealing to facts and appealing to emotion are pretty much useless if somebody's already accepted a certain line of misinformation. But if you can get them to start reasoning, get them to teach them the tools to evaluate things analytically, you've got a chance. Now, you don't have as good a chance as if you get the information out there to begin with. That's your best chance to stem this off, is spread the information. Yeah, Darkblade says, also appealing to emotion is literally a logical fallacy. It is, yeah. So, you know, you gotta be careful with some of those approaches, because some of those approaches are just not. And the fact too is, if you appeal with an emotion, well, what's going to happen is somebody else is going to come along and appeal emotion again. So you're just going to seesaw between emotions. So it's really not so effective. But again, if you teach people how to reason, how to examine things critically, you know, that's where you've got your best shot at getting traction.
Yeah.
No, people don't know how to think critically because they haven't been taught it.
That's very simple. Write down both sides.
Well,
Side A say, what's a...
But you also have to have the tools to think critically too. You know, you do need the logical tools to be able to recognize fallacy, to recognize proper logic, and not just say philosophical logic, but historical logic. You know, there's basically historical fallacies and archaeological fallacies, just like there are philosophical fallacies. So, you know, it really does help to have those tool sets where you can critically evaluate sources and theories and ideas. Armada driver ads. And recognize when someone is misusing a fallacy. Oh yeah, people do that too. But that's part of learning how to think analytically. Okay, so I think with that we'll move on here. But that's the best way That's the two pieces of advice I would give you. Put most of your effort in spreading the info. You want to stop this stuff? Spread the info. Make sure more people are exposed to the good info than the bad info. Yeah, quote your sources when you do that too. That helps. The second thing, again, is if you are engaged with somebody who's already entangled in that, then give them the tools to think analytically. Because otherwise you're not going to convince them. At least your chances of convincing them are very poor. All right? So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next super chat here is from Johnny Mo for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Could Philippians 2, 9-11 be used to support the kind of ultimate reconciliation for humanity, especially if they're confessing Jesus Lord? And 1 Corinthians 12:3 tells us the Holy Spirit is required to do that. Let's take a look at those passages, and then we'll discuss the question in detail here. Philippians 2, 9-11 reads, "Therefore also God highly exalted him, and bestowed on him the name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, and of those who are in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus is Lord, to the glory of God the Father." Okay? So we've got that, and this is about, again, the exaltation of Jesus Christ and his ultimate victory. 1 Corinthians 12, verse 3, is actually talking about spiritual gifts. Okay, so there is a little context difference here. We'll start with verse 1 here. "Now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I do not want you to be unaware. You know that when you were pagans, you were led astray to dumb idols, however you were led. Therefore, I make known to you that no one speaking by the Spirit of God says Jesus is accursed, and no one can say Jesus is Lord except by the Holy Spirit." Okay? Now, he's talking about here in a prophetic sense. Okay? There is the separation of the sheep and the goats, where, the goats are saying, "Lord, Lord, when did we see you hungry? When did we see you thirsty? When were, did we not cast out demons in your name? Did we not prophesy?" And Jesus says, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you." Okay? So we have to be really, really careful here to not do proof texting, which is taking one text out of its context to support another idea from another text. Okay? So that's an example of proof texting, and we got to be really careful not to do that. We also need to be careful here of that whole idea of reconciliation for humanity. Okay? Because in Philippians 2, 9-11, it's not necessarily supporting ultimate reconciliation, also known as universalism. Okay, it's not supporting that. It's not saying that everyone's going to get the gift of the Holy Spirit, become saved, and declare Jesus as Lord. It's not saying that. This is more akin to a suzerain-vassal relationship, where some will, by the power of the Holy Spirit and through redemption and salvation, declare him Lord. But there'll be those who begrudgingly declare him Lord, because they have no other choice. So, Philippians chapter 2 is taking that more triumphalist approach to the ultimate victory of Jesus Christ. Every being that can speak will declare Jesus is Lord. Whether it is the angels on high, whether it is humanity, whether it is the demons and the devils, they too will declare Jesus is Lord. They will not accept him, they will not follow him, but they'll have no choice to recognize his authority. And that's what's being driven at here by Philippians chapter 2. So, yeah, and he gone, well, not all will accept Christ in their hearts. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly what's going on. They'll have no choice but to recognize his sovereignty and his judgment. But, they'll be off on their own, doing their own thing outside of the kingdom of heaven. So we got to be a little careful here not to proof text, because proof texting will lead you down a stray road. So you got to be really, really careful to keep your context straight. And Philippians chapter 2 and 1 Corinthians 12 have different contexts. That's really, really important to recognize here. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker says, all will know, but not all will welcome it. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Okay. Next one here is from Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I have always been ancient vs debates. Okay, I don't know what you mean. So, who would win a fight with respect to arrow? Oh, ancient versus debates. Okay, I get that. What is that? Yeah, you get two ancient people fighting and see who wins. Okay. Who would win with a fight with their respective weapons? Caleb, Joshua, David, or Saul? Probably David. Probably David. And it's probably not so much the weapons. Although David, in his later life, had armor. We kind of think of David as this guy with slinging a stone. But he also had swords and armor. And he was an accomplished warrior. One of the passages says that, Saul was praised with his thousands. And David was praised with his tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of kills. Okay? But David's weapon of choice was probably a spear. It probably was a spear, and it was secondarily the sword. Okay, now, he's at the beginning of the Iron Age. He might have eventually have produced used an iron sword, but his weapon of choice would have been a spear. Everyone's weapon of choice back then was a spear. Okay, so Andrew Graham, David didn't fit into Saul's armor. Yeah, not as a boy. Okay. But he didn't stay a boy. Okay, that's the important thing to remember about David, is he continued on the Philistine wars that Saul started, or Saul got involved with. Okay? So, we have to remember that David was a warrior most of his adult life, at least until his 50s. Okay? So, from the time he was a teenager until the time he was in his 50s, he was a warrior. He wore armor. He had weapons that were not slings. In fact, when David is on the run from Saul, he goes to, I think it's the chapel at Hebron, and he takes Goliath's sword to use as his own. So he wasn't opposed to using swords. In fact, when he beheads Goliath, because remember, the Goliath is downed by the sling stone. So the sling hits Goliath in the head. He falls down. David goes over and cuts Goliath's head off with a sword. David takes Goliath's head, runs to Jerusalem, and throws it over the wall. Basically, David's message to Jerusalem saying, hey guys, you're next. Okay? So David was not opposed to using swords, but the sling in that particular situation gave him an advantage of distance against Goliath. So all right. I did see where was it? Ramada Driver. True or false? David used the number of stones for Goliath and his brothers. That's empty conjecture. That's eisegesis. That's reading into the text. We don't know why he picked 5 stones. He just picked 5 stones. The text doesn't tell us. It's sometimes assumed it was his brothers, but we don't know if it was. Okay. We know he came from a warrior family, but we don't even know if his brothers were there, because these were mercenaries. Okay. The Goliaths, and we find the name Goliath. Goliath seems to be a family name. Okay. So there was the first giant, and I think it's 1 Samuel 17, and then 2 Samuel 17, you get the sons of Goliath, okay, who were also giants that were slayed by Elhanan, okay, and this was also at the end of David's life. We have to remember that 1 Samuel 17 is at the beginning of David's life, 2 Samuel 17 is at the end. So first giant conflict is at the beginning of David's, sort of tenure. His getting in trouble and nearly being killed by a giant is in the end of his sort of run as a warrior. Okay. They retire him, by the way, after that point, because he keeps getting into trouble on the battlefield. So, the whole idea that the number of stones was 1 for Goliath and the other 4 for his brothers, it makes a good story, but there's nothing in the text to indicate this. This is something that was passed around by pastors in the early 20th century to explain why there are 5. Maybe, but there's no evidence for it. Okay. So, Scholar of the Sword, the best warrior in the group is David. No doubt. Okay, next one. Scholar with the Sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He says, what year's time frame does the Book of Judges happen in? It happens from the end of the conference of Shiloh. This is roughly the 5th year. What happens, the history of the conquest is that you have 5 years when the first 5 years in Canaan are dedicated to breaking up the Amorite Confederacy. Okay, so that's the first 5 years of the conquest, is breaking up the Amorite Confederacy. They then meet at Shiloh for 2 years and argue over how to divide the land. Yeah, it takes them 2 years to figure out how they're going to cut this thing up into 12 pieces. The next 80-something years is them doing each tribe has to conquer its own piece of land. Okay? So the period of the Judges overlaps with that 80 years all the way up to the appointment of the final judge, which is Samuel. Samuel's the last judge. Okay? He's actually considered a judge, even though he's not part of the book of Judges. Okay? The book of Judges ends with the massacre of the Benjaminites, and that's sort of the last time Israel unifies against a common foe. Is the 11 tribes, the 10, 11 tribes go against the Benjaminites. Okay? So, it takes place roughly between 1215 BC up until roughly 1040-ish. So about 200 years. It's about a 200-year time span. Okay? And it's overlapping history. And frankly, everyone agrees with this. Okay? The idea that you can arrange the book of Judges sequentially is kind of, nobody believes that anymore. Early daters don't believe this. Late daters don't believe this. Nobody believes this anymore. So it's one of those books that's written in a parallel order. And so you're getting in the book of Judges, say, this is happening in one part of Canaan, and this is happening in another part of Canaan, and it's being arranged from good judges to bad judges. So the whole book is being told in a didactic order, not in a chronological order. But the whole chronology of what's going on there takes place over a 200-year period. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Kitchen showed the Old Testament laws are largely structured from 13th century BC Hittite documents. Why did the author favor Hittite over Egyptian or Canaanite? One of the things we have to kind of understand is that, and I think this is really important to stress here. It's not so much that it's being structured on Canaanite documents. It's more that we only have, Hittite documents. It's that Hittite documents reflect the treaty structure of the 13th century. Okay? So, and really, we don't have very many treaty documents from that time period. In fact, we only have one or two. We have two. Okay? One is the Hittite copy of the treaty between the Hittites and Ramses II. And the other document we have is the Egyptian copy of the Hittite treaty, the treaty between the Hittites and Ramses II. We got two copies. We got both copies of the same treaty. One from the Hittites, written in the Hittite language, and the other one written in the Egyptian language. And you can actually compare the two documents side to side, and they pretty much read the same, just translated into different languages. Okay? So it's not so much that the Bible is the Old Testament laws are structured around Hittite documents. And I think that's this is one of those things where similarity here between documents more speaks to a common ancestor document than it does direct borrowing. Okay? So that's a very important distinction. The Hittite documents are not necessarily their own isolated thing. They're borrowing from other treaty documents in the past. So it's just one of those things where it speaks to a common ancestor document, but it's not a direct borrowing. Okay? So we got to be very, very careful about that comparison. Okay? But comparing it to the Hittite treaty document is the closest we have for the 13th century, because it's the only one that's representative of that document is the only one that's representative of a treaty from that time. Okay? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a great question. And I think people need to ask this one a little more, because there is that temptation to say, oh, well, there's similarity, therefore there's ontology. No. Similarity does not imply ontology, even if it does imply a relationship of some kind. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. We got a follow-up question here from Darkblade. Do we have any surviving copies of the treaty that Amenhotep II made with the Mitanni? No, we don't. We have one reference to the treaty that Amenhotep II made with the Mitanni. It's on one of the temple walls at his temple at Karnak. But it's only a reference. We don't have the copy of the text. Whereas, say, with the Egyptian one, the one with the Hittites, the text of the Egyptian is actually carved on the wall at Karnak. So we do have that full text for that one. But we don't have any copies of the text from Amenhotep II. We actually have relatively little large inscriptions from Amenhotep II. He didn't reign. I mean, he reigned 25 years, roughly. So, but no, we don't have any of the treaty inscriptions from him. So, hope that helps. Sorry about that. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is sola scriptura scripture alone from an authority perspective, then a source perspective? I can understand the confusion from the meaning. Yeah, the meaning. Here's the thing. It was meant to be the whole term sola scriptura was meant to be a mnemonic. Okay? It was meant to be a mnemonic more than a statement of theological fact. It comes from the whole term is actually sola fide, sola gratia, sola scriptura. Faith alone, grace alone, scripture alone. Okay? The thing here is that while that's a great mnemonic back when people weren't biblically literate, and frankly today people still aren't biblically literate, while that's a great mnemonic for its time, it's easy to confuse today because we don't tend to take the other two in. So what we've done here is we've taken sola scriptura out of the context of the phrase. Okay. So then, if you take that within the context of the phrase, faith alone, grace alone, scripture alone, you get the sense from the phrase that scripture is the final authority, not the only authority. Okay? Because you got the other two as well. Okay? So the context of the full phrase basically gives you the context of its meaning. A text without a context is a pretext for a text without a context is a what's it called now? I'm so tired I can't even remember the full phrase now. But basically, if you take something out of its context, it is subtext for a pretext. I don't know. It's something like that. I can't remember it right now. One of our viewers will remind me. But the whole idea here is that John Walker, text without a context is a pretext for trouble. Yes. Ah, yes, there it is. Okay. A text without a context is a pretext for a proof text. Yeah. Thank you, Darkblade and Chow Yi. Okay. Yeah. So you take that scripture alone out of the context of its full phrase, you now have a pretext for a proof text, essentially. So, because scripture alone doesn't mean alone in the sense of only. This is not new to scriptura. Not scripture as in isolation to everything else. It's the final authority. Alone, it stands alone above, and that's sort of the context of the full phrase. So it's one of those things that you sort of have to take this sort of sola scriptura in its original meaning. So its source of authority for being the final authority is actually church tradition. It's church tradition. It's how the church fathers engaged scripture. It's not through pounding on the table and saying the church is the final authority. It's by the church fathers pounding on the table saying that scripture is the final authority. And that was the consensus opinion of the early church. So it's not then that sola scriptura comes from an authority perspective or from a source perspective, but it is coming through the direction of the church by the empowerment of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit that gave us scripture is also the source of saying that it has the final authority too. And that was manifest through the Holy Spirit speaking through the history of the church. So, yeah, it's really easy to understand how the meaning can be confused. It's really, really easy. But it's also consistent too with not only the history of the church, but with its original phrasing as well. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate your support of the channel, and it helps. And as we get to the end of the year here, I'm so grateful for your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. Okay, next one here is from Womb to Tomb Apologetics. Woohoo! Yep. I'll say that definitely. Woohoo! Thank you, Jack. All right, next one. Jonathan Walker for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Books on Egypt, Mesopotamia, Assyrian cosmology. I don't know any books on that off the top of my head. Cosmology has not been a big interest of mine. So, I think there is some books on this. I just don't happen to know them off the top of my head. Again, it's not a huge interest of mine. So again, I don't read that much in the area of cosmology. But so I can't recommend any books off the top of my head. But I mean, I'm more into ritual and religion myself, particularly ritual. So again, I just like I can't recommend anything on this particular subject. So sorry I couldn't be more help here, but thank you very much for the super chat. Luke Lank for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Howdy, Dr. Falk. Well, howdy, Luke. What's your favorite book on the history of Jesus and the resurrection? Hope you have a great new year. God bless. Um, Again, it's not. I'm not really a New Testament guy. I'm not the right guy to ask this question. Um, I know there's some guys that really get into, say, the evidential stuff on Jesus and the resurrection. It's just not an area of my focus. I'm an Old Testament guy, really. Um, for me, and my particular specialization is Exodus, really. When it comes right down to it, I'm reasonably good at the whole Pentateuch. I do know the histories and the prophets. When you start getting into the later prophets and some of the more historical books, get a little more shaky on that. But the New Testament's really not my strong suit. Particularly, say, evidences for the resurrection or the life of Jesus. So yeah, we accept it on general terms, but it's yeah, there's documentation. It's just I'm not the guy to ask this question. Because again, you can't be an expert at everything. You know, you just can't know it all. And you can't read it all. That's the other thing too. That's what eternity is for, is being able to read all those books. Yeah, and I just don't have the time to read all those books. So, and like everyone else, I'm busy. So, Jonathan Walker, I know, but we can dream. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, there's people out there that are doing good work on the New Testament and the evidences for Jesus. Okay, great, fantastic. I just don't happen to know what those are, because again, it's not my focus. I'm spending more of my time in Egyptian documents and in Old Testament reading than I am ever into, say, the New Testament stuff. So some of it, though, I have had some contact with, and if I have contact with it, I do make my recommendations. But in this particular case, it's not an area that I focus on. I mean, I know there's guys like Habermas that do this, and I don't like his approach. I don't like his minimum facts approach, which is kind of very strange anyway. You know, he wrote like this massive, like 800-page tome, supporting the minimal facts approach to the resurrection. Well, how minimal is this if it's 800 pages? But hey, okay. But there's other people doing this stuff too. So I hope that helps. Sorry, but yeah, I kind of wish I had more time to read. I see one here that I'm going to take that doesn't have a Q and a colon in front of it. Yeah, because I just happen to know what that is. It's quick. Cookie Raider 21. What exactly is the Ben stone? The Ben stone is the pyramidion. It's the capstone on a pyramid. That's all it is. It's the pointy bit. It's the pointy bit at the top. And it's usually a single stone. And you sometimes see it. It's on every pyramid has a Ben stone. And a lot of shrines had Ben stones too. There's actually a lot of little temples, little shrines in Kings Valley. Most people don't realize that in front of every one of those tombs in the Valley of the Kings used to be a little shrine that had a Ben stone on it. Okay? And archaeologists have found Ben stones all through Kings Valley. But none of those shrines exist anymore. Not one. They've been all destroyed. So it's a very interesting thing about Ben stones. When we go to the it'll be at the gem now that these are at. if we get to go to the gem, and we should be able to go to the gem on a tour in March, you'll get to see lots of Ben stones. Lots of them. Okay, so hope that helped. TBD for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Rebecca's nurse Deborah seems to be important, since she specifically mentioned and her death is given so much attention, but there's no more info. Am I missing something? Genesis 24:59, Genesis 35:8. Okay, let's pull this up. Genesis 24:59. Okay. Start verse 58. Then they called Rebecca and said to her, "Will you go to this man?" And she said, "I will go." Then they sent her sister away, their sister Rebecca, and her nurse with Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "May you, our sister, become thousands and tens of thousands, and may your descendants possess the gates of those who hate them." Okay. 35, verse 8. Verse 6 here. So Jacob came to Luz, that is Bethel, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who were with him. And he built an altar there and called the place El Bethel, because God had revealed himself to him, and he fled from his brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried below Bethel under the oak, and it was named Alambakuth. Okay, just want to check something here. The only reference to Deborah. Yeah, we don't get any more references to Deborah there. Here, one other thing. Okay. Let's explain what a nurse is here, okay? Because I think that's kind of important. Nurses in the ancient Near East were places of were positions of honor. Okay? They were in the time of the ancient Near East, nutrition was not a great thing. Okay, it was not as widespread. Okay? So it was often done and frankly, child mortality was high. Okay, that's another thing too. Infant mortality was exceptionally high in the ancient Near East. So what often happened was when a woman gave birth to a child, if the child survived postnatal infection, it stood a very large risk of starvation. And the reason why was because the nutrition of the mother wasn't good. The mother's milk wasn't very good either. Okay? So what would happen is if you had special children or were in a place of privilege, a child might have more than one nursing mother. Okay? Not more than one mother, but more than one woman who would nurse it. Okay? So we see this, for example, in the court of Pharaoh. Okay? The court of Pharaoh had nurses that would essentially feed the royal offspring, the most important one. Okay, the royal nurse would feed the crown prince. Okay, so the crown prince would get nutrition both from his natural mother, which in Egypt would have been the great queen, and the nurse. And the two women together would provide the children with enough supplementary nutrition that it would survive. Okay, so that's what's probably going on here in Genesis 35:8. Is that Deborah is not, say, a concubine. She's not a concubine, but she is in the place where she can nurse children so they survive. And these positions were highly honored. Highly honored. It's one of the few, like, for example, we find royal nurses being mentioned in the Theban necropolis. So they had tombs of nobles. They had nobles tombs. So it was very important function in the ancient Near East for the rearing of children. Okay? So that's what's probably going on here, is that we've got multiple, basically you got Deborah, who's also nursing Rebecca's child. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next one here. Is from TBD for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Should I be concerned that I was given a gift card for Christmas to fund my, quote, Dr. Falk addiction? I don't know. Depends on what that gift card was. Is there a 12-step program? Well, the first step is admitting you have a problem. Well, I hope you spend that gift card well. I will remind you that we do have, of course, the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context, an illustrated journey, as a currently published book. And in January, our first novel will be going on sale. So keep your eyes out on that. You might want to save your card up for that too. Shouldn't be nearly as expensive as the Ark of the Covenant book, but it's a novel. It's a novel, and it's meant to sort of start introducing people to a spiritual worldview. So we're really excited about this novel, and the book was last year's gift. Well, then you'll have to wait for the novels. Cool. I hope you enjoyed the book. Okay. David Falk will become the next C.S. Lewis. You know, I appreciate what C.S. Lewis did. I never found him to be a really good author. He wasn't never a favorite author of mine. But Andrew Graham, Dr. Falk Recovery Group. The Haystack. I have a Dr. Falk addiction too. Oh, now they're all coming out of the woodwork here. Yeah. Dossman, I can quit at any time. That's what they all say. That's what they all say. Hey, when you get a look at that cover on the next book, I don't know. You might not be able to. We'll see. Mysterious fungus. This is like revealing your alcohol addiction while drinking inside a bar. Yes, please. Okay, well, that was interesting. Well, I hope you spend that gift card well. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hear me out, sir. Okay, I'll hear you out. I'll hear out anyone. What if the Q source of the Gospels were the oral traditions of the earliest Jesus community instead of a document? Maybe. Okay. Here's what I think is I think the whole debate over Q is vastly overrated. Okay. If a previous source exists for the Gospels, okay. It doesn't do anything to the inspiration of the Gospels. It makes no impact at all. It's a tempest in a teapot. The whole controversy is a tempest in a teapot. You know, it doesn't debase the inspiration of the Gospels like maybe some liberals might suggest, but it also doesn't make the inspiration of the Gospels any less inspiration, say according to some conservatives. So I think it's a really, really odd argument to make. So if there's a Q source, so what? Whether that Q source is oral tradition or a written document doesn't really matter. I mean, Luke even admits he's using documents. So Dylan Beamer, OT guys will never get the big deal about Q. Andrew Graham, Q is the guy who invented the James Bond equipment. I thought he was that omnipotent being from Star Trek. Yeah, maybe that's why he makes cool Bond gadgets. Okay. He's both. Crossover! Yeah. Okay. Next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, what theological issues are there with purgatory? I hear arguments for purgatory acting like smelting metal. Okay. I think there are definitely some theological issues with purgatory. The whole thing is purgatory revolves around the idea that what do you do with people that aren't good enough to go to heaven? They aren't good enough to go directly to heaven. What happens to them? It's the wrong question. It's the wrong question. And I think this is the fundamental flaw with purgatory. The idea with purgatory is you can't be good enough to go directly to heaven. So you got to work off your sins in purgatory so that you can go to heaven. You'll still be saved, but you got to work them off. You got to get a little punishment in there first. But the problem is that all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and that all sin is forgiven by the grace of Jesus Christ. That's to whom we owe the debt. We owe the debt to God. It's not something that you can work off. You can never work off sin. That's the point. That's the point of the gospel. So none of us is worthy of going to heaven. But the blood of Christ forgives everything. There is no sin that the grace of God cannot forgive. Darkblade, this will probably be a red flag for Trent Horn response video. Yeah, it could be. But, that guy will sort of stretch the gnat to take things in ways that never... I mean, I really am irked sometimes about his sola scriptura videos, because he like takes sola scriptura out of context and just runs with it. So, it wouldn't surprise me if this gets a response from Trent Horn. Okay, so, but anyway, that's a theological issue. That's a theological issue. It's saying that there's some sin out there. Yeah, God may have not hold that against you, but you still got to work it off. Well, yeah, it is saying, exactly. It's saying that Christ is insufficient to cover the debt. If the debt is covered, the debt is covered. It's paid for. Paid in full. Tony G, you and Jimmy should do a gentlemanly debate. I don't like debates anyway, but I've also seen Jimmy debate. He'll pull some dirty tricks. While I'm not a big fan of the other Paul's reasoning at times, I saw him do the debate on with other Paul over sola scriptura, and he just ran roughshod. He was gish galloping. He was again reverting to those same nudist scriptura tropes. It wasn't a reasoned debate. It was a show. It was a show. So, yeah, and the idea of that debate was to win it. Not to reach some sort of idea of the truth. And I see this often with Catholic apologists, especially on these particular topics. And it's funny, because I've actually had some discussions with, say, Jesuits over this. And I found that some of the Jesuits were quite reasonable. They were able to have you could sit down with a Jesuit and have a good conversation with them. But some of these apologists you can't. And I think in this particular case, Trent Horn and Jimmy can sort of fall into that category here, where more Catholic than a Jesuit. That's saying something. Did you just say there's something else? Someone else say that? Yeah, that's what that's what my producer just said. More Catholic than a Jesuit. Well, I mean, you remember those Jesuits at Trinity, right? Or maybe you never saw them. I saw them in some of the lectures, and I had talks with them, and they were, yeah.
My father was taught by the Jesuits.
Yeah, okay. No, but some of those guys were really reasonable. The ones that that were more on, say, the scholarly end of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But you will get it. You will get a different level of conversation between say an academic Catholic versus, say, one who's trained as a Catholic apologist in these matters. So, but yeah, I think there are theological issues with purgatory. I don't believe in purgatory. I think it compromises the complete work of Jesus Christ. I also don't see it as being necessary. So, and I think it asks the wrong question. It just plain old asks the wrong theological question. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Airways down now. All right, David, here we go. TBD for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have you noticed an increase in spiritual warfare in the last year-ish? It seems like many non-Christians I know are becoming either really dug in or people you'd least expect being more open. Well, there's always spiritual warfare. Does that mean there's how would you even make that determination of is there more or is there less? It might be that you've just become more acutely aware of it. That's possible. That might be a sign of your own spiritual growth, where you see more because you've now become more attuned to it. But I don't think there's any way of objectively saying it gets more or less. But we can become more or less aware of it depending on the circumstances and our own spiritual walk. So I think it's just in this particular case that you might just be more aware of it at this point. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mysterious Fungus for $10. Thank you for the super chat. How do you think they calculate the shekel amount collected by the census in 3820? I don't think there were 600,000 people, but this seems to point towards that. Thanks for your awesome videos. That's the $1 million question. Let's read the text here, and then we will talk about it. 38:25. Okay, and it says, and the silver, and this is the Becca. Okay, the Becca is the head tax. Every member of the congregation is expected to pay a head tax upon turning 20 years old. Men and women. Okay? Men and women pay the Becca. And verse 26, a Becca, a head, that is a half shekel according to the shekel of the sanctuary. That's a scribal gloss, by the way. So that's a scribal gloss. That was added later because the sanctuary hadn't been invented yet. Okay? For each one who passed over to those who were numbered from 20 years old and upward, for 603,550 men. Now, this does not actually give you this whole idea here that it's 603,550 men is essentially the clan counts from the Book of Numbers, chapter 2, that are added together to get that number. Okay? So it's giving you the number here. Now, there is one place where it gives you a weight, but that does seem to be another figure that is sort of back, back calculated. So it's taking that number from the census of Numbers 2, adding it together, and then determining a weight from it. Okay, so it just seems to be one of those numbers that's being made to be consistent with the reading of the census. Now, that's an interesting thing here, because we do know that the census isn't exactly a literal count either. It's one of those counts that's, is it amphibulous. It's amphibulous. So what do we mean by amphibly? Amphibly is when you have two words with two different meaning, or one word with two different meanings at the same time. And in this particular case, it revolves around the word aleph. An aleph can mean 1,000. It can also mean a clan or a military unit, and it can have other meanings as well. So it's an amphibulous term. Now, in this particular case, when they're trying to calculate, they're giving you all, in this particular section in Exodus 38, they're giving you all the donations made to the sanctuary, okay, including the Becca and the head tax. Now, how are you going to really sort of figure this out? Okay. You can't get that from the amphibulous nuanced meaning for clan. That won't give you a number. So what the Israelites the writer had to do here was take that census, convert the clan to the other nuance, which is thousands, and then use that to add it up to get the 603,550 men. Okay? But if you do the little math here, let's do the math. And what's the weight of a shekel here? Shekel weight. All right, so it's 9.8 grams. 9.6 to 9.8. Let's do 9.7 grams. All right, just to be consistent here, let's just do the math. Okay, so doing here is 9.7 grams. Divide that by 2, because we're dealing here with the half shekel. Okay, so it's 4.85 grams of silver. Okay, we times that by 603,550. Okay, we get 2,927,217 grams of silver. Okay, so 9,200, and we'll divide that into kilograms. So we have almost 3 metric tons of silver. 3 metric tons. That is more than the entire silver that was mined in the ancient world. Silver is exceptionally rare in the late Bronze Age. Exceptionally rare, because they didn't mine it. You didn't mine silver in the ancient world. Which is why we find incredibly small amounts of it in Egypt. Okay. Incredibly small amounts. It was such a small amount that, like, you only see little scraps of it on, say, even King Tut's furniture. It was so rare. Those ancient aliens, they brought it to them. Thanks, producer. Yeah. There is no way that the entire nation had 3 metric tons of silver. Could be. Set me off giggling. Good going. Could be. Yeah. Yeah. So essentially, what you're talking about here is an amount of weight for the Becca that isn't possible. It's not possible. So, you just can't take that number for face value. Okay? Just because you're talking about a unit and an amount of weight of silver, it would be just just unimaginable amount for that period of time. Now later on, yeah, sure. In the Iron Age, yeah, sure. Totally possible. Third Intermediate period, yeah, they had that much silver. But not in the Late Bronze Age. So yeah, that's a lot of silver. A lot of silver. So I would highly doubt it in this case. So yeah. So a more likely scenario here is that what was going on here was that they were taking that amphibolous meaning and just converting it to a number, to have a number here inside of, say, the offering list here in Exodus 38. And then they just use that number elsewhere, just as a placeholder for the entire population. Okay? So that's how I think this worked. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Darkblade says 3 metric tons of silver would be about 3.5 cubic meters. That's a lot. That's a lot of silver. A 4 by 4 foot cube of silver is a lot of silver. Yikes. Oh boy. Good times. Good times. Alrighty. Dylan Beamer here for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on Chris Hayes' A Covenant with Death and Isaiah 1 to 39 being Judah's Book of the Dead. I'm researching divine judgment in Old Testament and the progressive revelation to the afterlife. Any scholarly book recommendations? Not on this particular subject. I'm not sure if Isaiah 1 to 39 is an equivalent to the Book of the Dead. It seems kind of a strange equivalent. I mean, the Book of the Dead is a book of spells. It's a spell book. That's what it is. When it comes right down to it, it is a book of spells. It's a magic book. It's a magic grimoire. It's a grimoire for spells for the afterlife. So I don't think you can really. It's really hard to compare Isaiah 1 to 39 as being equivalent in some way to a spell grimoire. So I'd have some problems with that comparison. But, if you find something interesting in your research, let us know. It'd be very interesting to see where that goes. Okay. Andrew Graham, look out, it's the mummy. Could be. Okay, Mike JSB for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Was Eglon's residence in Judges 3:13, Iron Age 1, Jericho City, City Villa, or a site nearby? Could Eglon's palace have been the middle building refurbished? That's somewhat debated. There does seem to have been an agricultural settlement in the later Iron Age 1, basically Iron Age 1B, because there was a fallow period in Iron Age 1A. Okay? So, there is a fallow period in Iron Age 1A, and then there's an agricultural settlement there called the City of Palms, from Iron Age 1B to Iron Age 2. Okay? And Iron Age 2, the whole city gets reestablished under, what was his name? The Bethelite in the Book of Kings. But it's possible that the Iron Age 1B settlement there could have been Eglon's residence. That's entirely possible. Now, whether the middle building was part of that is debated. We do know that the middle building goes to at least Late Bronze 2B. But whether or not it would have probably just been destroyed at the end of 2B, of Late Bronze 2B. Whether or not it was rebuilt after that is, again, that's a point of contention and debate. We don't find much in the way of Iron Age pottery in the middle building. In fact, I don't know if we find any Iron Age pottery in the middle building. So if we don't find any Iron Age pottery in the middle building, that does seem to rule it out as, say, a rebuilt palace. But there was enough Iron Age construction there that the City of Palms could have easily been Eglon's residence. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, here. And we're almost at the end of super chats. Flute Whistle here leaves a message. Happy New Year. Well, Happy New Year to you too. Okay, Baron Salvatore for $5. Thank you very much. Super chat. When you entered college and heard things like there was no Exodus, how did you maintain your faith? Happy New Year. Well, when I entered college, I didn't really hear there was no Exodus, because they were saying crazier stuff than that. Oh yeah, I was told the entire Bible was insane. You know, I was literally told by Paul Mosca, who was my biblical archaeology instructor when I went to undergrad, that the whole Bible was fiction. It couldn't be trusted for anything factual, and that it couldn't have been written by the early Israelites because the early Israelites couldn't write. That's what I was told as an undergrad. And I was told that ordinary people couldn't read or write, because only merchants and scribes could read and write. Now, at that point, I'd already taught myself some rudimentary stuff about Egypt. And even I knew, as an undergrad, that that was totally whacked. In the 1980s, late 80s and early 90s, that was the state of biblical scholarship. Okay? That was the state of biblical scholarship. I remember telling them. It's like, how can that be true when we find artifacts from Egypt in common tombs with writing on it? And what he said to me, I couldn't believe his answer. He said to me, "Oh, that's just propaganda." What's just propaganda? Oh, it was just meant to convey that give the allure that these people could read or write. Huh? What?
So these tombs that nobody expected anyone to go into.
Yeah, these tombs that nobody expected anyone to go to apparently had writing all over the place just to convince people that these people could read or write. Alexis, who would even do that? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. We now know that literacy is a lot more widespread, but I mean, people who didn't when I started undergrad didn't even talk about whether or not there was an Exodus, because it was as I said, a foregone conclusion that the Israelites were just ignorant goat herders. They were ignorant goat herders that couldn't read or write. Oh yeah. It's cultural bias. It's the presentist fallacy. Oh yeah, we're so much better than those ignorant savages, those savage goat herders. But that's what I encountered when I first entered college. When I first entered college, nobody believed in King David. King Solomon was a myth. It really wasn't, I mean, people didn't accept anything at all as being biblical until the divided monarchy. And they all thought that all those books were written during the Babylonian exile. All of them. They thought all those books were written during the Babylonian exile. They thought that the ancient Israelites were ignorant, illiterate goat herders. They couldn't read or write. They had no language. Somehow they communicated. That all that writing that we find in, say, the alphabetic inscriptions and in the tombs of Egyptian commoners and nobility, that's just propaganda to convince somebody, we don't know who, that these people could read or write. Yeah, so, I mean, I know there's schools that still teach that there was no Exodus and even laugh at it. In fact, most still do. So for me, it's like, okay, how did I maintain my faith? My producer said laugh at the teacher. AJ Higgins says, what would the point of the propaganda even be? Yeah, I know. It didn't make any sense. It still doesn't make any sense. So, for me, it's like, okay, I was always taught to think about what I was being taught. And I know that's really difficult when you're a student, because a lot of the educational process overwhelms you, so you can't think about everything you're being taught. But there's just some times when you are being told something and you can't possibly believe it's true because it defies everything you know about the facts. And what I was taught a lot of what I was taught in my introductory biblical archaeology class just didn't jive with the facts. The same facts we were being taught. The theory wasn't consistent with the evidence. It's also how I eventually became an evidentialist too. I discovered quick enough that you can't rely on the theory. You can rely on the evidence. The evidence won't lie to you. The theory can lie all over the place. So, But the thing is, too, I also have to stress, too, is the more I got into the evidence, I think this is an important point. The more I got into the evidence, the more I saw that it didn't actually conflict with the faith. I became very data-driven. Okay? The more data I got into, and the less opinion I took for granted, the stronger my faith became. Okay? So, when you hear someone say, there was no evidence, that's an opinion. That's a conclusion. That's not evidence. Okay? And that's something we have to be always cognizant of, is what is data, what is evidence, and what's opinion, what's a conclusion. In the case of there was no Exodus, that's a conclusion. It's a universal negation, but it's also a conclusion. So once you understand that this is a conclusion, it becomes provisional. It's a provisional idea at that point. At which case you then can challenge it. If you understand the difference between, say, theory and data, you understand that the theory is supposed to describe the data. If it doesn't describe the data, then it's not worth the paper it's printed on. But at the same time, too, even then, it can be provisional. Like, for example, all these people who used to go around and saying, there was no late Bronze Age Jericho. No late Bronze Age Jericho. Oh, I remember this. We were told this not that long ago when we were given a paper. My producer and I were given a paper, giving our papers at the Vancouver School of Theology. And the Old Testament teacher said, well, there's no Bronze Age Jericho. Oh yeah, she was adamant. No Bronze Age Jericho. Never existed. Well, okay. We found a late Bronze Age scarab there. Late Bronze Age pottery there. A late Bronze Age cemetery there. Are you sure there's no late Bronze town there? Because people are burying their dead there for no good reason in the late Bronze Age. Well, now in 2020, with the reports of Lorenzo Nigro, we know there's a late Bronze 2A, B citadel there. But by God, there is no late Bronze 2 town or settlement at Jericho. Yeah. And she was absolutely dogmatically adamant about this. Yeah, aggressively dogmatic, adamant. Yeah. Jonathan Walker says, broken up shards sitting on the surface of the ground. A late Bronze 2A city sounds like a late Bronze 2B city, but the city is missing. The late Bronze 2B walls and buildings have been scraped away because of site leveling, but there's late Bronze 2B pottery all over the site. All over it. So, if there's no late Bronze 2B city there, where did the late Bronze 2B pottery come from? A little bit of a problem. But yeah, you got these people who are so dogmatic on that conclusion, and now they've got egg on their face. John Walker. People just broke shards in the middle of nowhere to handle anger issues. Best theory ever. Best theory ever. Yeah. Just crazy crap like that is just drives me nuts. Andrew Grimm asks, was Jericho a big city or a town? It was more of a town, really. It wasn't big. It was only about like 7 football fields. I mean, it's not a huge site. It's a fort. It's essentially a military fort. It was a military fort. Due that was positioned there to guard the fords of the Jordan. Because what happened was, the Jordan goes very shallow there, so people could easily cross the Jordan there. And essentially, Jericho is there to protect the rest of Canaan against someone crossing the Jordan. That's why it was there. AJ Higgins, composer, says, asks, was site leveling due to an earthquake? No, it wasn't. There's no evidence of an earthquake there, as far as we can tell. We don't know why the wall collapsed when the Israelites went around it and blew the horns. Okay. We don't know if it was an earthquake. We don't know if it was a structural integrity failure of the wall. It's very possible. It was mud brick. Okay. And there could be reasons why a mud brick wall will fail. Not the least of which that you had your own people living inside the walls, digging them out to make homes. Didn't add to the strength. Okay. But the site leveling was due to people coming in after and trying to make the tell flat so they could build on it. And from what we can tell, it was leveled 3 times at least. It was leveled during the Iron Age. It was leveled again during the Roman period. And it was also leveled again during the Byzantine period. So it was leveled multiple times for building projects. Darkblade. If you had a nickel for every time you heard minimalists say something crazy, would you be promoted to the next tax bracket? Probably. Of course, that's not a very high tax bracket in my case, but yeah. All right. Next super chat. But yeah, I mean, the way I got, maintain my faith was just digging deeper. Keep digging deeper. Mysterious Fungus says, the Bible doesn't say it was an earthquake, right? That's just ice. It's eisegesis. It's eisegesis, not exegesis, but it is. Yeah, eisegesis is when you read something into the text. Exegesis is when you read something out of the text. Okay, something that's already in the text that you're interpreting from the text is exegesis. A preconceived notion that you're reading into the text is eisegesis. Okay, but yeah, it's eisegesis in this case. Well, I mean, I still hear people say that ramp from the Middle Bronze II period was was the wall falling down. Still, people hear people say that, and it's not, because that ramp has grading on it. It was a ramp used for battering rams. Okay, so I still hear people say that oh, this is the evidence of the earthquake. You see, the wall fell down and it created this ramp that the Israelites could just go walk up. No, that ramp is for battering rams. It's got grading. And what do you mean is by grading is when you put stones down, you smooth it out with smaller stones and then sand, and you make basically a nice, neat, tidy ramp that you can just go up easily. Womb to Tomb Apologetics, heard that on Expedition Bible. Yeah, Joel Kramer gets a lot of stuff wrong. He's not a reliable source. I wouldn't trust anything he says. Okay. Let's go on the next one here. Yeah, I wish people would stop referencing Expedition Bible. He's an ABR shill and he doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. Okay, the next one here is from Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Hi Rob, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. He says, my Habibi, my beloved, in Arabic. David and Kiara, Merry Christmas and New Year. Happy New Year to you too, and Merry Christmas. Done any more studies on the cyanide in ancient trivia from Fortune Snapple Caps? Okay. I'm tired. That still doesn't make sense. Codex Sinaiticus. Sinaiticus. Is this a reference to the Wes Huff and Billy Carson? Okay. Hey, I'm still trying to get over the Reckmeyer. The Reckmeyer Ippur, the Great Nut.
The Great Nut.
The Great Nut.
Planters new.
The Goddess Nut. Oh boy. and what's that now? Frank Turk's still making videos. He apparently just came out with one claiming that skeletons were found at Jebel Allah's. So what? I mean, wow. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that drank the Ron White Kool-Aid is just like crazy. Oh, Tice Kennedy, yeah. So anyway, it was good to see you, Rob. Hope you have a great New Year, and wishing you a happy holidays. All right, next one here. Frank Schustic for €2. Thank you for the super chat. He says, comment in the chat. Okay. He says, yesterday I had a eureka moment. Something came to me that no one ever mentions when talking about proof of a historical Jesus, so I might make a video. Okay, sure. Yeah, we'll see what you got. Maybe you do have something, maybe you don't. You know, you won't know until you kick the tires on it and let people see it. If it doesn't have legs, just be prepared to retract it or to make a again a correction if needed. Because sometimes we come up with great new ideas, and even I do this sometimes. You know, I come up with an idea I think is great, and I bounce it off of someone, and it's like, yeah, you might want to rethink that. So, eureka moments are good. They're very good. It means you're thinking about it. Just be a little cautious with it. That's all. Okay, but thank you for letting us know, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. So the next one here is from Johan Snyman for 70 South African Rand. Thank you very much for the super chat. Happy New Year, Dr. Folk, to you and your family. Well, thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you too. Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. What is Abrek? In Genesis 41:43, Bob Ryer thinks that Abrek hurt to you a pun during Joseph's era, but old scholars think kneel or bow. Yeah, this one is it does seem to have, it doesn't only appear in Genesis 41:43. Lesko actually mentions this, And Lesko is an Egyptian dictionary. Let's see what Lesko says, because it's been a while since I've looked this one up. But I found this actually in Lesko, of all places. And Lesko is the dictionary of late Egyptian. Let's see if I can find it now. It might take me a moment here to find it. The hen. Okay, it's not there. There it is. Berek. Yes. This is an Egyptian loanword. I did find this eventually in Lesko. I know Bob Breyer thinks it's heart to you. That doesn't seem to be the etymology of this. Maybe I can get this on the screen here. Let's see if I can pull this up so I can show everybody this at once. And I just clicked it off by mistake. All right. Yeah, all right. Just give me a moment and I'll bring it up here for you all to see. Okay, and I'm sure. There it is. All right. All right, I'm going to have to reduce this. Just give me a moment to size it properly here. And I'll zoom in on the whole on it here, and then we'll bring it in. Let's take a minute here. Okay. And I will zoom in. You can all see this. All right, there we go. All right. This is from Leonard Lesko's Dictionary of Late Egyptian, second edition, and we have the hieroglyphic there, and it is berek, which means to serve, to offer, to present, to kneel. Okay? And this is an Egyptian loan word. It doesn't mean heart to you. And it's actually found in the reference here is the textual reference is in KRI. This is Kitchen's Ramesside Inscriptions, Volume 5, 81.4. The Tanil is in KRI 5, 64 verse subset 3. Now I can actually look up to which text that is, but it's definitely does not mean heart to you. It is it does mean to kneel. Okay, and let me see. Let me look up the context of that. So KRI 5 line 64. So this is 20th dynasty. The reference here is to the 20th dynasty. And the reference document that is found in is here, let's see, 64, page 64, line 3. Okay, 64, line 3 is in a document of Ramses the Third on the Second Libyan War, the Great Inscription, year 11. So this is the text from Medina Habu. So, but it's line 64, or page 64, line 3. Okay? So I hope that helps. But again, it means to essentially to bow or kneel. But it can have other meanings too, like to obey. So hope that helps. Yeah. Breyer is his specialty, and he does have a proper earned PhD. But his specialty was mummies. He was actually a pathologist, basically a archaeological pathologist. Okay, who sort of fell into Egyptology. So he's not a language guy. Okay, he's not a language guy. I think he has some rudimentary training in Egyptian language, but he's not a language guy per se. So I don't think his training in languages is all that good. But he does seem to have some proper Egyptological training. So, but I would trust him more on mummies. I think he probably would be quite good in mummies. So I hope that helps. It's good to see you here, Rob. Thank you so very much for the super chat. Okay. Johan Snyman for 70 South African Rand. Thank you for the super chat. I got my hands on some beginner Hebrew and Greek learning textbooks. Ooh. Any advice for a beginner on learning these two languages? Yes. Yes. I've got advice on both languages. Okay? Here's my advice for learning Hebrew. Take at least the first 2 weeks of a class. Okay? Just to learn how to pronounce the consonants and the Masoretic points. Okay? You might not need the entire course, but you need the first 2 weeks to the first month. If you're going to a college and you don't want to take this as a full language, you can't always, and I don't always recommend this, but you can sign up for the class and drop it. But check the date of your dropping it, okay? Yeah. Sometimes if you drop a class, it'll be a incomplete.
It'll be an F.
Or an F, yeah. Yeah. So know your policies well. Or take a community college class on beginner Hebrew. Some do. Yeah, some do. But you need somebody. You need somebody to teach you the consonants, to how to read it. This is not something you can pick up on your own. It's confusing and it's different. It's very different than English. It's very different than other alphabetic languages. Okay? So that's my advice for Hebrew. Hebrew is most difficult at the beginning and gets easier over time. But you got to get over that, how to pronounce and read the consonants and vowels. Okay? Now, Greek's different. Greek, you can teach yourself first year Greek. But the danger of teaching yourself Greek is that there's traps. Okay? Greek, a lot of people take 1 year of Greek and think they understand Greek. That's think they're good at languages too, yeah. That's 1 year of Greek is just enough Greek to be dangerous. Okay? Because Greek has some hidden surprises that you learn in your second and third years. Okay? Your second and third years is you're basically learning how to actually interpret the Greek that you're reading. And it's not easy. Everyone thinks when they start learning Greek that the genitive is so easy. No. No. The genitive is not easy. The genitive is probably one of the hardest conjugations in Greek. And beginners don't realize this because it looks so simple in form. But the interpretation of that genitive is just, it's wild. There's like 50 different meanings of it, and only one's correct for any particular verse. Same with the participle. The participle also has some really nasty surprises. But you don't learn that in your first year. You only learn that in your second and third. Which is why, you know, when you hear guys say, oh, it's so obvious in the Greek, and they've only had 1 year of Greek, it's just like, you don't know what you're talking about. Just shut up and take your next 2 years of Greek and just, no. Okay? So here's what I say. Hebrew, take a few weeks of beginner Hebrew just to get the consonants. That's the hardest part of Hebrew right there. Greek, the hardest part's going to be years 2 and 3. That's the hardest part of Greek. It's not, you can learn the first year on your own. But, ugh. Yeah, it's very, those two years are not fun. So yeah, even if you successfully learned some Greek to begin with, it's going to take more study than just that 1 year. All right? At least to become competent at it. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Womb to Tomb Apologetics asks, do you think the rock they found and Turk recently highlighted in a video is the split Moses rock? No, it's not. This is that Ron Wyatt split rock thing, okay? There's several reasons why it's not that, okay? The most obvious reason is there's no spring there. There's no spring. And one of the things, you know, and second of all, the rock, you know, basically the text says Moses hit the rock and water came gushing out of the spring. Now, it's possible that it could be split, but it could also be broken. The idea that the rock was split does not come from Torah. It's actually referenced later on in one of the prophets. Okay? And even then, that word is ambiguous. It could mean to cleave, it could mean to split, it could mean to break. So it's not exactly ironclad that the rock was split. Now, one of the things is, we kind of have to understand too, is the geology of the area. That the supposed split rock, there's a lot of weird rocks in that area. So, you know. The other thing we need to understand is way springs work. Okay? The way springs work is rain falls down on a mountain, it trickles through the soil until it hits a layer of slate. And then when it hits the layer of slate, that water can't pass through the layer of slate. It moves down along the layer of slate until it comes to the edge of the mountain and then comes gushing out of the side of the mountain because it can't go anywhere else. That's a spring. Okay? There's no spring there. There's no slate there. It cannot be the split rock of Moses. Okay? But there's another reason why this can't be the split rock of Moses. Okay? The spring that Moses found isn't by Mount Sinai. It's by Kadesh Barnea. It's in the wrong place. Kadesh Barnea is where the Israelites dwelled for a good portion of the sojourn. They were coming in and out of Kadesh Barnea annually for nearly 40 years. Okay? And we know where Kadesh Barnea is. We know it. It's closer to Gaza than it is to Saudi Arabia. Okay? That spring is near Kadesh Barnea. So this cannot be the split mount rock. The Bible forbids it from being the split rock of Moses. Okay? So yeah, it's got everything against it. The text doesn't affirm it's split. It may suggest it, but it doesn't affirm it. It's not near a spring. And it's in the wrong place. It's not supposed to be near Mount Sinai. It's supposed to be near Kadesh Barnea. So, this just shows how ignorant Turek is. He's not just ignorant of what the Bible says about these geological and geographic features. He doesn't understand the biblical text. He's an incompetent teacher. So, he should just stick to high school apologetics. He really should. He just doesn't know what he's doing here. So, but this is true of all these people who follow Ron Wyatt. Is they're incredible mysterious focus. But Dr. Folk, look, it's a rock. And the Bible says it's a rock. So, best reasoning ever. Jonathan Walker. So unless the spring was like an oil deposit, it didn't happen. Well, there's actually only one other type of spring. Okay, you got slate springs, and those are your cold springs. The only other kind of spring that there could be is a hot spring, and that's caused by volcanic activity. Water seeps down, hits a lava flow, and boils right back up to the surface. And those springs are boiling hot. The last thing you want to do is feed your sheep boiling hot water. Mysterious focus. Maybe it was a metal spring. Boing. Womb to the tomb apologetics. Hot water to drink. Refreshing. It'd make me cool for a bath. But to drink? No, you've got coffee, yeah. But I don't think they had coffee. Jonathan Walker says, that part of the evidence that it was a rock has officially been confirmed. Mysterious fungus. You see? It's a rock. Jonathan Walker. Hot sulfuric water to drink. No thank you. Refreshing toxing. Diane Loftus, goldfish don't like it. No, they don't. No, very few animals can survive that water. Very few. I think some archaeobacteria is about the limit. I guess there's some off pools from springs that will support like desert fish, but that's about it. Just very little lives in that water. But there's no hot springs there because there's no volcanic activity there. Even though these Ron Wad guys will say, "Oh, Jebel al-Lawz was a volcano." No, it wasn't. It wasn't a volcano. It was desert varnish. Just like this desert varnish. No, it's just crazy. Just crazy. And this is what opens up Christians to ridicule. It opens us up to ridicule because the atheists will say, well, look, Frank Turek is a atheist. He's saying he's spouting garbage. Therefore, all Christians must be spouting garbage. It becomes guilt by association. So it's just crazy. It's absolutely bizarre. Why we need to call this stuff out. Because if we don't call it out, somebody else will. And it's better that we do it. Clean up our own house. So that at least somebody is saying, hey, wait, maybe we should rethink this. But, dang. Turk keeps following the most craziest stuff when it comes to the whole Exodus thing. It's just something he's not good at it. He's not competent at it, and he needs to get out of it. But he's leading a tour of Egypt. So you can see the goddess Nut. And Reknire. And the Pharaoh Knaphotep. Baron Salvatore. Very important we clean up our own house. Yeah. Online atheists live off Christian misinfo. Absolutely. Yep. BC, stop being mean. People say that. They'll actually say that I'm being mean. I'm attacking a brother. No, I'm telling a brother to clean up his house. I'm telling a brother to get his facts straight. You gotta pay attention to the little things. Because here's the thing. Here's, I think, what is most important about all of this. What we say about the gospel, about the big theological concepts, everything that sort of we, posit as absolute truth is going to be judged by how we handle the small things. The small things is what gives us credibility. If we don't get the small things right, no one will trust us with the big things. If we can't get the easy stuff, the history, the archaeology, what the text says, that's the easy stuff. We can look that stuff up. If we can't get that right, why should anyone trust us when it comes to relating the life of Jesus Christ, his finished work on the cross, salvation in the life to come. That's the hard stuff. That's the big stuff. We don't get the small stuff right. Nobody should trust us on the big stuff. I wouldn't trust us on the big stuff if we didn't get the small stuff right. We need to get the small stuff right. The easy stuff. This is not the hard stuff. No. Stuff like just what's in the Bible. You don't know? Look it up. What a concept. Read the book. Jack Ray, the nature of rocks is the hard stuff. Oh boy. Yeah.
I was looking.
Jonathan Walker. Apparently reading is the hard part for skeptics. But the problem is the Christians are just as bad as this.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. You know, when I'm talking to a guy like Roger Young and he goes, Balaam, who's that? Guy with the donkey? What are you talking about? Guy with the donkey? And he goes, what are you talking about? Or
Somebody else just walked by and said, "Talking donkey," so somebody else can too. So you didn't.
Yeah.
Hear
you know, and there's, or you get a guy like Titus Kennedy who's supposed to be an expert on the conquest. That's his area of expertise, is the Israelite conquest. And he can't even get who was the addressee of the letter from Jephthah. You know, and he was insisting it was the Amorites. Because, not because he read the text, but because the word Amorite appears frequently in the chapter. You know, it was exegesis by word count, not by reading it. You know, if he had just read the text, he would have known that Jephthah was writing to the king of the Ammonites. So we're having this own problem in-house. It's not just like guys like Bart Ehrman. I mean, Bart Ehrman, when I heard him say critique Titus Kennedy, you know, I remember Bart Ehrman saying, Passover. What does that have to do with killing of the firstborn? I don't get it. I don't get the connection. You're kidding me, right? Now, Ehrman's been a Bible scholar for 40 years. Didn't remember what the Passover was about. That's what we're dealing with today. People who don't read the text. They don't read the text. They don't understand the history. They don't understand the context. They don't understand the archaeology. They've all let the little things lapse. And that's why nobody should trust them. If you don't get the little things right, who should trust you on the big things? You know? And I'm not saying you shouldn't have a right to speak. Okay? I'm not playing a Kip Davis card here. You know, where Kip Davis will say, if you constantly get the scholarship wrong, you shouldn't participate be able to participate in the conversation. Now, I'm not saying that. Now, that's really ironic coming from Kip Davis, given how much stuff he gets wrong on the scholarship. But
if you
But-
get something wrong,
Mhm.
and you are corrected and given data, you then
and Kip Davis constantly is getting a little stuff wrong. So why should anyone trust anything he says? And this is the problem. We need, in, say, Christianity, to get the little things right. Clean up our own house, and then we can start looking at the skeptic and saying, okay, your house is out of order, too. Your house is out of order. You need to clean up the little things as well. Okay? So, get the little things right. Get the history right. Get your facts right. Get your archaeology right. And read the Bible. Read the text. So, Jonathan Walker, Amaru are not the Amorites. Scholars. Huh? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the other one I love was when he said, talked about Nigro's report talking about casemate walls in the early Bronze Age at Jericho. That one was priceless too. that was priceless. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next super chat here. And next super chat here is from Johan Snyman for 35 South African Rand. Thank you very much for the super chat. I had a friend send Joel Kramer's video on the Exodus to me, and I told him I already have an expert opinion on the matter. Wink, wink. Well, thank you. I guess that's a compliment. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Joel Kramer and anything he says regarding the Exodus. I mean, he's going to come at it from an ABR point of view. Well, he does present himself as an expert. He doesn't have a terminal degree. He's never done a PhD. Kramer, I believe, though, does have a master's degree in biblical archaeology, but I don't think it was a very good degree, because he gets a lot of stuff wrong. So, but from what I understand, he was at one point, a reasonably good field archaeologist. But this is also very true of Associates for Biblical Research, is they tend to produce good field archaeologists. Like Scott Stripling. Scott Stripling is a great field archaeologist. He knows how to organize a dig. He knows how to, mark off the squares, organize other diggers, curate the finds once he discovers them. But he's an awful historian. He's a terrible historian. He doesn't understand the breadth of the literature. He doesn't understand a lot of what's going on inside of the historical movements. He doesn't understand the languages. And I think this is true of Joel Kramer too. And Joel Kramer and Scott Stripling are very, very similar in their pedagogies, their philosophical outlooks, and even their particular interpretive biases. Both are early daters, and just, it's just not a good combination. It leads to a very warped sense of history. So I think Joel should continue doing site digs, just like I think Scott Stripling should continue to do site digs. I also think, though, that, say, Stripling should publish too. If I have one big beef with Scott Stripling on his digs, is that he doesn't publish results. They have been digging at Shiloh for a decade, and there's no reports. That's not good. You need to publish if you dig. It doesn't do anyone any good to dig if you don't publish. And what Scriptling does publish is essentially he only tends to publish stuff that will support the early Exodus date, like that Mount Ebal curse amulet, which has gone to complete crud. Okay? Because then the reason he'll get that out to press in a decent time. The reason why he does that is because he's trying to force that early Exodus date issue. But a good academic field report for Shiloh, that would be really helpful. That would actually be good. We could use that. But the only thing, my concern, though, with any field report that Stripling does is this going to be skewed because of his particular bias towards the Exodus? And it's very possibly it could. But I have no doubt that the guy can dig and organize a dig and organize it, basically, get the funding for a dig and all that stuff. So I'll give credit where credit is due, but his history is garbage. Absolute garbage. And so is Joel Kramer's. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Frank Schustic for €5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, if you were making real-time strategy game about antiquity, how would you split the periods to capture the evolution of warfare over the centuries? Ooh, interesting question. I don't think you can nail that one, though. Unless you made it really specific to a particular culture. Because here's the thing, you can't really organize it like Bronze Age or Iron Age, that sort of way. And the reason why is those are identifiers of material culture. They're not actual time periods. They're identified by the appearance of certain markers in the material culture. Like, for example, the appearance of iron smelting. This is why the Iron Age is different all across the world. It's different for Europe than it is for the Middle East. It's even different for, say, Canaan than it is for Egypt. Like, for example, the Iron Age enters Canaan earlier than it does for Egypt. By at least 100 years. It's 100 years earlier in Canaan than it is in Egypt. So I think it'd be really, really difficult to sort of narrow that down for one period for all. I mean, you could use centuries and then try to make the adjustments, basically use the Gregorian calendar and then just do adjustments for particular locations. And that's probably the best you could do. Or you could use, say, the local dating. Restrict your game to a local area like Egypt. And then in the case of Egypt, you use either, say, material culture like Bronze and Iron Age, or use dynasties and kingdoms. So that's how I would do it. But it'd be difficult to do it, say, across the entire ancient Near East. All right, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Richard Clement for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What is Gideon's ephod? Is it different from the high priest breastplate? Yes, it is. Okay. Now, an ephod is a breastplate. Sometimes it's a kilt. We have found idols with these sort of gold kilts, okay? And they're sometimes called ephod too. Basically, an ephod is essentially any piece that sort of hangs in the front of the body. So it's not specific. It could be a breastplate. As I said, it could also be a kilt. Okay, and it's usually sort of a a trapezoidal kilt that hangs in front. Now, in the case of Gideon, given the amount of gold involved here, it probably wasn't a breastplate. It probably was more of the kilt configuration, and it was probably placed upon an idol of some kind. So it is different than the high priest's breastplate, and it wasn't made the same at all. So it probably didn't have, it might not have had any stones in it. It didn't have to have stones in it to be an ephod. As I said, we do find idols in the Levant with ephods. So you'll see sometimes like there's a one at the I think it's at the Oriental Institute that I saw that had a bronze idol with a gold ephod. So the idol itself was made of bronze, but it had this gold ephod that strapped around the waist and then had that kilt in the front. So a breastplate was not necessary. Some ephods were breastplates, some were kilts. And my guess is that Gideon did more of the Canaanite version of this. Dial Loftus says with birthstones. No, and the whole history of birthstones is really interesting. It's a marketing ploy. It's a 19th century marketing ploy. The history of birthstones is fascinating. It was an invention of American jewelers in the 19th century. Now, in the 19th century, the economy had taken kind of a dip. So, and American jewelers had a surplus of certain stones it couldn't move. Okay? So what they did was they kind of got together and they said, okay, let's do this marketing scheme where we'll claim that these birthstones that we have a surplus of, we will claim they're a certain gemstone for a certain month. That way, people will be inspired to give jewelry on special occasions based upon birthstone. It worked. It was really successful marketing ploy. But it also created another problem. Some of those stones, and this is why birthstones change over time too, is they're based upon supply and demand. Okay? I'll give you the one example that comes straight to my head, which is November's, quote, birthstone, which originally was yellow topaz, also called imperial topaz. Back in the 19th century, they couldn't move it. Yellow was not considered to be a desirable stone. So American jewelers had a surplus of this yellow topaz. Well, today, it's the most desirable topaz. And there's actually now a shortage of it. Actually, a shortage. So now they can't find enough of it. Because, I mean, it's stunning. It's stunning. So in most modern birthstone charts today, yellow topaz has been replaced with citrine, which is common as dirt. Okay? But again, it's a matter of supply and demand here. So that's the origin of birthstones. It's a marketing ploy. Jack Ray, like the Yule log marketing scheme. Oh yeah, or Christmas presents. Christmas presents was a marketing scheme of 19th century American department stores. Yeah. So Jack Ray, Coca-Cola colored Santa suits. Yep. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, the previous Santa suit was green. Mysterious Fungus, like diamonds. Exactly. Another one. That was a marketing scheme by De Beers Corporation. Wedding dresses. It's like the producer's going, hey now. Yeah. A lot of the color of wedding dresses were styled after the wedding of Queen Victoria. The white wedding dress. Prior to Queen Victoria, wedding dresses came in many colors. Red was a very popular wedding dress in the Middle Ages. Very popular. Now, say yeah, well, these days maybe. But engagement rings, another one. That whole diamonds thing, in a engagement ring. That was again another 19th century marketing scheme by De Beers. Prior to that, the diamond had very little value or interest. But De Beers kept buying up diamond mines and had to find a way to market it while restricting the source. This is why diamond grading also became fashionable. Okay? Diamond grading became a way to restrict the amount of available diamonds. Like, for example, the grading used on diamonds is so extreme. It's not used on any other kind of gemstone. No other gemstone undergoes the same sort of diamond grading as same sort of grading criteria as diamonds do. It's an artificial grading guide. Diane Loftus, what about pearls? Pearls is an interesting thing because that goes back to antiquity. Romans had pearls. They used to fish for pearls in the Mediterranean. It's one of the stones, one of the quote stones. It's not really a stone. It's an animal byproduct, but it's one of the classic gems of antiquity. There are several stones that we do find in antiquity. That reminds me, I still need to do that review of that book, and I'm just going to mention it here. Grab it at some point, because I've got to do this yet, because I promised. I was given a book called Identifying the Stones of Classical Hebrew, a Modern Philological Approach by Ephraim S. Ayel. Okay, I still got to read this book and review it, and we will be doing this on the channel at some point. But yeah. Other things that are, there's many stones of antiquity that, are well known. Onyx is well known from antiquity. Carnelian's well known from antiquity. Cameos from basically onyx or a helmet shell are from antiquity. Serpentines from antiquity. Garnet from antiquity. Occasionally meteoritic glass. So there's many of these stones that are well known from antiquity. Lapis, turquoise. Some we don't find so much from antiquity, like sapphire. Okay, that's not one that you find a lot of from antiquity. Emerald, it starts appearing during the classical period with some Roman emerald mines, but it's really not a big stone in antiquity. So, yeah, it's cool stuff. The history of gemstones is a cool thing. So, I hope that helped. I hope you found that interesting. But essentially the high priest breastplate didn't have any of that. Probably, or sorry, Gideon's ephod probably didn't have gemstones, but the high priest did. Okay, we're getting close to the end of the night here. We're got a couple more super chats, I think, and we're gonna call it here. Okay, AJ Higgins, composer, for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why do experts in the field, even those with PhDs, sometimes ignore research or new data? Oh boy. They stopped reading. They stopped reading and they stopped learning. Some stop before even finishing their PhDs. And this is just a tradition, yeah. They are taught, a lot of people are taught an academic tradition that they just hang on to as if it was the God-given truth. Some stop reading altogether. Chip Davis. Others, just have an agenda and like what they were taught and just stick to it. So, it does take a certain amount of mental flexibility to be able to assimilate new data and to change with it. So, and this is one of those things that I think is very interesting. I heard Bill Deaver comment on this once, where he said to me, he's lived long enough to see all his old ideas overturned. That was very interesting comment coming from Bill Deaver. Because that's not normal. That's not a normal reaction to new research. Essentially what the field happens in the field is that new research comes along, and you pretty much have to wait for the old generation to die off before the new research is accepted. It's just, there's sort of a internal pressure inside of the academy that says once you form an idea, you're never allowed to change it. Again, some of this is pride, some of this is tradition, but there's also an internal pressure that basically goes, well, we're going to hate you if you change your mind. I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen where somebody says, well, I changed my mind on this. And other professors will go, you can't change your mind. You've already published on this. Wait a minute. Where's that written in the rule book? Who are you to tell me I can't change my mind? Just because you publish something doesn't mean you're not allowed to change your mind on it. Now, you might have to republish something, publish an update. You might have to disavow that paper later on. So there is a burden that comes with changing your mind. But there's nothing saying you can't change your mind. There's no official rules that say you can't change your mind. Yeah, with new data, you should change your mind. You should follow the data wherever it leads. That's good scholarship. So you get both. You get both. You get people who don't ever read again after their PhDs. You get people who read the research and just ignore it. You get the people who are beholden to academic tradition and consensus. And you get the people who are pressured into not changing their ideas. Yeah.
Pressured to go back.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. There's a professor I know who came up with a brilliant new idea and got pressured by the academic consensus to change his mind back. And he caved to it. He had to. This is one of the things, though, that I think one of the luxuries I have. Okay, because of the generous support of my community here, I'm free to follow the academic data, the evidence and the data wherever it goes, and I'm free to change my mind. But there's a huge amount of pressure. Yeah, it's not evidence-based. The academic community is not evidence-based. It's consensus-based. So, mysterious fungus that really sounds like a cult. Yeah, there is a sociological cult-like aspect to it. And it's a kind of group with a kind of membership. You follow the academic consensus, because if you don't follow the academic consensus, you get vilified, you get pressured, you could lose bonuses. There's a variety of different levels of pressure that can be placed on an academic who doesn't follow the consensus. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I knew a professor that's no longer with us, Bruce Fields. Fields was a great researcher, but he was a tenured professor. He wanted to study the hymns of American slaves, American slave hymnody. And the dean of the school said, I don't want you to do that research. And he said, I'm a tenured professor. You can't prevent me from doing this research. And the dean goes, yeah, but we can, I don't have to give you your bonus this year. Now, a bonus for a tenured professor is a lot of money. It's tens of thousands of dollars. And he had to go back to his wife and he said, hey, honey, I really want to pursue this research. Are you okay if we don't get our annual bonus this year? Now, she was good enough to say, yeah, follow your research. But you can imagine how much pressure it is to lose 20K just because you're trying to pursue a line of research you think is important, but the dean doesn't. And the academic consensus doesn't. So they have ways of turning the screws on you if they don't like your results, your research. So those are some of the reasons why experts in the field, even with PhDs, ignore research or new data. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Richard, come on for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, Merry Christmas, Dr. Falk. Well, Merry Christmas, Richard. Was the original high priest's regalia passed down from one high priest to the next? Yes, it was. If so, how long was it around? Did the kings of Israel have similar regalia? Thank you. No. Okay. The kings of Israel did not have the same regalia. The kings of Israel had robes. Okay. And we do have a illustration of a king of Israel on the black obelisk of Shalmaneser III. King Jehu is portrayed on there. And from the looks of it, he had kind of a crown and a turban-ish kind of hat with robes. Okay? Now, the original high priest regalia was passed down from high priest to high priest. Some of it would have worn out over time and had to be replaced. And it would either be mended or made new. Some of it would last for a long, long time, like the ephod. Okay? The ephod would last for centuries. There was no issue there. And they had still skilled craftsmen that could do the repairs on the regalia when it came down to it. Okay? So these things didn't have to last, say, 1,000 years. And the fact is, they probably were remade at one point. Like, for example, it probably the high priest's regalia would have been seized during the Babylonian exile and destroyed for its gold content. So when the Israelites returned to Israel, they would have had to remake some of those items. So this wasn't uncommon It was just, as, there's conquests and then rebuilding and that sort of thing. These things are often having to be repaired, remade, or made anew. So that's sort of how the regalia worked. Again, a lot of this was, like, for example, the robes were made out of wool. Wool doesn't last forever. Moth does destroy. So repairs were a common feature of this sort of regalia. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Normal Man for $5 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. How would Israelites be identified in the archaeological record? What sort of material would archaeologists be looking for? Great question. Great question. They would be looking for several things. Okay. There are signs of Israelite material culture. Okay. The four-room house is a sign of Israelite material culture. Osteological remains, basically remains of sacrifices or meat that's eaten. So, essentially, species. If you have like a bone pile, and we do find the bone piles, and you find that the vast majority of species are kosher animals, like goat, cow, sheep, those sorts of animals, then it would probably be more likely that that would be an Israelite settlement than, say, a Canaanite settlement, which that tend to be sort of less discriminating. Like, for example, in Canaanite settlements, you tend to find more pig and donkey. Yeah, they donkey. And say, even some nasty stuff. There was some like lion. Ugh. Yeah, Canaanites would eat anything. Ugh. Dog. They'd eat dog. So yeah, if you find gross stuff in a bone pile, I mean, there's nothing nastier than eating cat. Cat is just disgusting. Lions? Well, it is a cat. Lion is a cat. They also, I mean, but that's what Canaanites would eat. Okay, they'd eat all of these animals that were not considered to be clean. Okay, so if you find an absence of say unclean animals, non-kosher animals, there's some problem, especially if it's in context of other markers like the four-room house. Also, Israelite burnished ware. The Israelite burnished ware is very common in Israelite settlements. Okay, and it's very identifiable. It's very identifiable. Because one of the things that the Israelites did that, say, the surrounding cultures didn't do was take the time to burnish their pottery. Like, one of the things you do, and how you burnish is essentially when you make your pot, you take a smooth stone and you start polishing the outside till it shines, and then you fire it, and what you get is this shiny, almost looks glazed, and it's not glazed. It's just polished really well on the outside. So Israelite burnished ware is a marker of Israelite culture. So that's how we would identify Israelites in the archaeological record, especially those sort of three things: the four-room house, the Israelite burnished ware, and the osteological remains. Now, the osteological remains alone won't identify anything, but you get the other all three together, you got pretty good evidence for an Israelite village at that point. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. When applying Occam's razor, is the resurrection being a group hallucination the most logical explanation? One of the things is that research on group hallucinations has been very interesting. Because one of the things about a group hallucination is there's not a consistency across the board with a group hallucination. First of all, group hallucinations are quite rare. They are rare. The other thing with a group hallucination is it tends to give much radically different accounts of what happened all the way across the board. You might get an appearance. I mean, it's really the whole idea that everyone is hallucinating the exact same way is almost unheard of. You know, even it's just one of those things that, you know, like you know, where say a whole group is like smoking weed. Yeah.
An actor.
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. And frankly, most group hallucinations are not large groups. They're small groups. So most of the studies that have been done on groups hallucinations have been done on essentially 4 to 6 individuals. So, but at the same time too, sometimes they do studies of these group hallucinations and they discover not a hallucination. They've done this where they've like there was one that was studied as a group hallucination and it was discovered to be ball lightning. That's not a hallucination. Oh yeah, it might feel like a hallucination when you see ball lightning. Okay? But you know, there's a real physical phenomena there. You know, there's been a lot of recorded incidences of ball lightning. So, you know, sometimes those group hallucinations aren't hallucinations. But this is the problem with studying group hallucinations. You almost have to assume it's a hallucination to study it as a group hallucination. So it's a problematic way to, you know, problematic explanation. It's a very, very problematic. So I don't think it's a good outcome for Occam's razor. I think of, to be very honest here, if I was playing the skeptic, if I was going to play devil's advocate and playing the skeptic, I wouldn't use the group hallucination for an explanation for the resurrection. I don't think it's a good explanation. I think there's better ones if you want to go down the skeptical route. Basically, yeah, apostles lied. Okay, that's a better explanation. The mistaken identity hypothesis. You know, where one guy gets accused of being Jesus Christ and he is crucified instead of Jesus. That's a better explanation. You know? So I think if you were to take a skeptical approach, group hallucination is probably one of the worst alternatives here. That's not to say that the others are better necessarily, but it's not a good explanation. Just say it. Okay? So, yeah. I mean, all of those skeptical explanations have their flaws. All of them have their flaws. You know, even the lying hypothesis, even though it's better hypothesis, isn't a good hypothesis. But, you know, we're not talking here what's a good skeptical explanation. We're talking about what's a better one. Better is not always good. Okay? it's like choosing between eating a rotten apple or versus eating a rotten fish.
Apple.
Everyone would pick the rotten apple. It's not a good alternative, but it is better than eating a rotten fish. Okay. So, it's just because there's better explanations doesn't mean they're good explanations. Okay. Okay. Mysterious fungus. I would choose the rotten fish. Don't test me. Well, a rotten apple doesn't always taste bad. Sometimes it tastes apple cidery. No.
Rotten.
But a rotten fish will make you really sick. Really sick, really fast. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. I hope that helped. All right, and then we got JCM here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Should marriage be a legal agreement or just a religious sacrament? That's an odd question. The Bible is not specific here. Okay? The Bible will consider a legal agreement to be a binding marriage. Okay? And there were cultures where it wasn't a religious ceremony at all. In Egypt, it was not a religious ceremony. In Rome, it wasn't a religious ceremony. It was a legal agreement. Okay? So, I think it's one of those things where, it's sort of a false dichotomy here. So, a legal agreement of marriage is recognized as religious sacrament. Just religious sacrament done according to the laws of the state. Okay. We do the religious sacrament as a means of getting God involved in the marriage. But a legal agreement is just as much a marriage as the religious sacrament. And it's included into the religious sacrament. Okay? So, so that's where I think this sort of goes here. But I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. What was that? You're still going on about the rotten fish here. Linus Odell. And Swedish, don't tempt me with rotten fish. Jack Ray eating half an apple and finding half a worm in it. You're Swedish. Of course, you eat rotten shark, too. I mean, come on. Ugh.
Early Jewish marriage.
Dedusa Dude asks, weren't the early Jewish marriages mainly legal agreements? In most likelihood, yes. They were mainly legal agreements. This is true of most of the marriages of the ancient world. They were mostly legal agreements. So we know that Egyptian marriages were legal agreements. They weren't actually religious.
It's still illegal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Even today, as my producer points out, even though there is a religious aspect to it, there's still legal agreements. They're both. They're both. Mm-hmm.
Where you can break the legal agreement willy-nilly.
Yeah.
There's like no other contract.
Yeah.
You can just break our agreement. You just don't feel like it.
Yeah. Jack Ray, fish sauce is rotten fish residue. Yeah, it is. I haven't tried fish sauce. I've got a bottle of it in the kitchen. and I've been tempted to try it. But I haven't cracked it open yet. I'm getting a weird look from my producer. I heard it's the closest thing to Roman garam, and I've been very interested to try it out. It's not necessarily a recommendation, but the Romans were crazy for the stuff.
Same thing.
Alexis says fish sauce and fried rice is so good. Mmm. Mmm. That sounds interesting. Jack Ray says it is close to garam. Okay. Alexis says they love their fish. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Romans, that was the #1 condiment in ancient Rome, was garam. And I heard that the closest thing you can get to it is fish. Dare you? Dare you? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
Okay, try. I'm being dared by my producer to try fish sauce.
No, Diane did it.
Oh.
Diane dared you.
Okay. Okay, we'll try fish sauce in the next live stream. Oh boy. Okay. I think we're at the end of the super chats here, but let me just check. Just to make sure. Yep, that was the last of the super chats. When I make ramen for you, I often put anchovy paste in it. Wonder how it'd be in ramen. You can try it in mine, huh? Okay. Maybe that mug full of fish sauce? No. No. A communion cup of fish sauce, maybe. Yeah, we're taking non-super chats. Take a couple, and then we'll call it a night here. It's after 12 now, so. Okay, 9:56. Let me get up there. 9:56, okay. Few drops goes a long way, huh? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Mysterious fungus. Wait, it's 12? Where are you? We're in Vancouver. Canada. Hey. Right, and was that 9:56 you said? Okay. The Vault asks the question here, the non-super chat. What are some similarities that Egyptian priest rituals have with Israelite rituals, and do they have the same theology? For example, the ark was not the footstool for Egypt God, but was for Yahweh. Okay. There were some priestly rituals that were similar. The most similar one is ritual bathing. Okay. The second thing that was, like, for example, in Egyptian priestly ritual, you would shave your hair, all of it. Eyebrows, the whole 9 yards. Beard, hair, underarms, pubic regions, all of it had to go. Okay. Then you ritually bathed. Okay. Once you ritually bathed, you wash your mouth out with natron, spit it out, and then you would change into clean clothes and clean linens and wear papyrus sandals. Now, Israelite priestly purity rituals did involve all those factors, but it did involve some of them. It did involve the ritual bathing. It didn't involve the shaving. It didn't involve the shaving, and did involve the washing out with natron because they didn't have natron. So they ritually bathe and then put on clean clothes. So that's an aspect of Israelite of ritual that was, or Egyptian priestly ritual that was carried over into Israelite priestly ritual. Now, the theology there is a matter of sacred space, and you had to ritually purify yourself so that you were appropriate to make the transition from profane into sacred space. That transition, that sometimes it's called liminality, is something that's sort of ubiquitous in temple ritual. So this is not something that you find in Egypt alone or Israel alone, but it was all over the place. Okay. So as far as, say, the theology of sacred space goes, there's some similarities, but they're not exactly the same. Like, for example, in Egyptian ritual, if you entered into sacred space and you weren't ritually pure, or you brought with yourself stuff that wasn't ritually pure, like your ham sandwich, the god could get angry and vengeful and flee. He would flee his idol and get even. Okay? But in the case of Israelite ritual, in the case of ritual defilement, yeah, you could be struck dead too. Yahweh could get even for that. We saw that with the sons of Aaron, who removed the poles from the Ark of the Covenant, no, and then brought with them into the sacred space area impure fire. Basically, what they called strange fire. Now, what exactly is strange fire? Strange fire is fire that started from a impure source, a ritually impure source, most likely dung. So the sons of Aaron probably used dung to start a fire, because it's easy to start a fire that way. And then they brought that fire into sacred space, defiling the sacred space. And it really wasn't the fire itself that defiled, but it was the fuel of that strange fire that caused it to be unacceptable. So you did have some carryovers between the two cultures. Again, owing back to that sort of common experience in Egypt. So Alexis, dang, I'd strike them out too. It's like, yeah, well, it wasn't very. They weren't reverent. Well, sons of Aaron were kind of empty men. They were not good men. Alexis asks the follow-up question: did Israelites always keep their beards, or would some shave? Oh, they always kept their beards. This was they were admonished to always have, don't cut the corners of your beards. Now, today they take that to a ridiculous extreme where they have these sort of, say, Orthodox Jews have these braid or locks that just go down from the sides of their beard, basically the mutton chops or the sideburns. But in ancient times, that meant you didn't shave the whole beard section. Okay, now they could trim it down. They didn't have to have big Assyrian beards, but they also didn't shave their face either. Okay, so this was just a normal cultural affectation of Israelite men, is that they didn't shave the surface of their face. Okay. All right. One more super chat and we'll call it a night. One more.
No.
9:34. Okay, well, we could do 2, I guess. We're still at 12:20, so. What do you want? No.
30. You seen the channel? Oh, what?
Okay. Okay, this will be the last question of the night by AJ Higgins, composer. And he asks, have you seen the channel Metatron? If so, what are your thoughts on his Egypt videos? Okay. Generally, I like Metatron stuff. I mean, normally. His area of expertise is the classical era. Okay. Like Rome and Greece. That's and early medieval. Okay, so that's really where he's strong. Egypt, he's okay. I've seen a lot worse. A lot worse. Okay. I think he's generally okay. I think he has some training in Egyptology. Not much, but some. I know he has trained in reading Middle Egyptian, but I don't know if he's done any other work beyond that. Like, I don't know if he's learned to read Late Egyptian or Coptic or Archaic Egyptian or any of those sort of subsets, or even Hieratic. So, I don't know the extent of his education, but I do watch him myself. I am subscribed to his channel. I do watch his channel. I don't have a lot to say on his videos on Egypt. As I said, they're okay. They're okay. Like, sometimes he'll give an opinion on, say, Egyptologists that come on, and he'll sort of say, yeah, this was a good one, and I'll kind of go, well, an okay one. Okay, I'll be a lot harder. I have a whole lot harder opinion on some of his likes for Egyptology than he does. So, overall, I recommend the Metatron's channel. I think his stuff on Rome is excellent. His stuff on early on medieval Europe is good. His stuff on Japan is decent. His stuff on Egypt, okay. But sort of the further he kind of gets away from Rome and medieval Europe, the sort of less reliable things become. And that's understandable. His specialty is Rome. That's his specialty. So, yeah, I hey, if he ever wants to do a collab with me, I'd love to do it. I'd love to do a collab with him sometime. I think he's a cool guy. I say I really enjoy his videos. I really appreciate putting whacked scholars' feet to the fire. I like that a lot. I think that's important. There was one he kind of went after, and I thought, yeah, absolutely. I forget what the name of that Egyptologist was that he went after. But yeah, that guy deserved it. Because that guy was whacked. A guy that got his PhD and never picked up a book again. Dude, Dr. Falk Metatron collaboration needed. Oh yeah, I'd love to do that. Absolutely would love to do that. Okay. So I think we've answered that question. So we're going to call it a night. This is, of course, the final live stream of 2024. Yeah. You're not. Okay, we had been asked if we were going to do a live stream for New Year's Eve. We're not going to do a live stream for New Year's Eve. That would have been a Tuesday. No, we're not going to do a live stream on Tuesday. Uh, once a week's enough for us. Okay. Okay. So, I want to thank all of you for joining us tonight, and we want to wish you a happy new year. We still will have a video release for Monday. That's the 30th. That's our part of our normal teaching cycle. And then we'll be doing our next live stream on the 3rd. Okay? So that's our calendar here. So anyway, I want to thank you all for those of you who support the channel through your super chats and through your donations on PayPal. We really appreciate it. You keep food on our table. You keep allowing us to write and to do special projects and to just keep creating content. We want to wish you all a happy new year. Also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership subscribers. You keep the equipment working. We appreciate that also. Also, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, who like and subscribe. And remember, share the URLs of the videos with other social media platforms. Because if you guys get the message out there, more people will have access to it, and we get less misinformation. That would be a good thing. Okay? So with that said, have a happy new year. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.